We will reopen the public hearing on House Bill 324. Representative Muirhead, welcome, and apologies for the mix-up last week.
Thank you very much, and no worries. I actually really appreciate the chance to speak to the bill, which I'm prime sponsor, and really grateful for the chair's indulgence of my absence last week. I apologize to the committee for that. This bill, House Bill 324, tries to end the influence of out-of-state elites in New Hampshire elections for governor and executive council. It does that by allowing campaigns for executive council and governor in the state of New Hampshire to be funded solely by voters in New Hampshire, chiefly through 4 $25 certificates given to every registered voter that they in turn can give to candidates they support. Voters become donors. But to qualify to receive those certificates, candidates have to show that they have real grassroots support. Candidates for executive council have to get 500 donations of $5, at least $5, no more than $125, to qualify to receive those voter dollars. Candidates for governor have to get 2,500 $5 donations. That's a lot of door knocking. That's a lot of talking to your neighbors, talking to people in your district. It's a lot of the retail politics that people in the New Hampshire House of Representatives understand how to do. After qualifying, candidates can accept, can ask for, can invite voters to give them the $25 certificates to finance their campaign. And they can continue to raise small donations of between $5 and $125 for executive council, $5 and $250 for governor, without limit. The candidates who win their primaries would then receive an immediate sum, enough to let them run a viable general election campaign. Gubernatorial candidates who win the primary get $1 million. Executive council candidates will get $60,000. So they could turn around, pivot after the primary, and run a viable general election campaign. That's the plan. That's what this bill does. It's something different. It's something new. It's an idea, and it's a plan that's meant to address a campaign finance system that a whole lot of people think is broken. A campaign finance system that forces candidates to genuflect to big donors. A campaign finance system that gives elites, and especially out-of-state elites, too much power over who runs, over who gets nominated, and over who wins. And I might just note that those qualifying small donations that I mentioned, the donations of, say, $5 that you have to get to qualify to receive voter dollars, 90% of those small donations have to come from in-state voters in order to qualify. You got to qualify. Those small donations have to come from New Hampshireites in order to qualify to receive voter dollars. So this disempowers the elites in the state of California who have an awfully large appetite to influence how things go in a state like New Hampshire. They lose their power. New Hampshire voters are re-empowered. I worry that ordinary citizens without connections to the donor class lose hope that they can run a viable campaign for the higher offices in the state. They fill the New Hampshire House of Representatives, and they serve, I dare say, with great distinction in both parties in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. We know that an amateur legislature works. We know that citizen legislators and citizen officials bring real wisdom to public decision making. And that's the spirit I'd like to open that door, the door that is open in the New Hampshire House, to the higher offices in the state. Right now, as I mentioned, people know that they can't really run for those higher offices without taking on almost a full-time job of begging out-of-staters for money. That's a problem. It's a problem that we can solve, however. It's a problem that besets both parties. It disempowers voters on the left, it disempowers voters on the right, and it disempowers voters who don't care about the left or the right. It disempowers progressives, it disempowers libertarians, it disempowers voters who don't care about ideology but who just have common sense. And I think our politics needs more people like that. This bill tries to re-empower common sense. It tries to open the door for ordinary citizens in New Hampshire, people who know their neighbors, who are admired by their neighbors, people who are admired maybe because they coach youth sports, people who are admired because they're the sort of people in our towns and cities who say yes when they're asked to do something. When frankly, most people say, no, I'm too busy. No, I can't. But those people who always, they're the go-to people, and we all know who they are. And when people go to them, they say, yeah, I'm busy, but I can do that. I can pitch in. I'm ready. That's the kind of civic spirit that makes the world turn, it makes democracy work, is what I should say. And that's the kind of, those are the kind of people I'd like to see be able to run for governor and have a viable chance of winning. Now, nothing is perfect in politics. Nothing's perfect in practice. There's no, like, I don't know, no bill, no plan, no system is on the side of the angels. And every plan has its issues. And one problem with this plan, if you haven't figured it out already, is that it's not free. It would cost money to fund this plan. And that money would have to come from the citizens of New Hampshire through some sort of fee or tax. It's too bad that that's true, but that is true, and I confess it. I've calculated how much money this plan would cost if all the primary candidates and all the general election candidates fully qualified and were successful at attracting the voter dollars right up to the limits, which is sort of the high end of an estimate. And I've calculated it would cost $8 per registered voter per election cycle, or $4 per registered voter per year. For some, that will be too much to even contemplate. I think for some who think that big money and out-of-state elites have too much power in our politics, $8 an election cycle will seem like a reasonable amount to spend to solve a fundamental problem. To me, it seems like a bargain. That's why I'm sponsoring the bill. A bipartisan study group led by Brad Cook a couple of years ago looked into this idea, looked into what it would cost, and brainstormed a page or two of ideas about how to fund it. Those ideas ranged from slight increases in fees, such as motor vehicle fees or criminal fees, to a clean elections lottery. One thing to note is that this bill does not fund this system. This bill creates a legal framework for the system by funding it with $1 so that there's a line item in the state budget that can be supplied if and when the legislature, in its wisdom, at a future point, should decide that this plan is so compelling that it wants to fund it. In the meantime, it be funded through fines on campaign finance violations. Fines I have to confess that I think I might end up contributing to because I missed a deadline. But that's not the funding plan in the end. It would have to be fully funded by subsequent legislation. This bill explains the idea, lays out a framework for the idea, gives us the chance to explain the idea to our constituents, and gives the legislature an opportunity in the future to fully fund it if the legislature so decides. The bill tries to bring full control of New Hampshire elections to New Hampshire voters. Right now, New Hampshire voters cast the votes, but they don't provide the dollars. In every election, there's a primary before the primary. It's called the donor primary. And candidates have to compete in that primary before they can actually make a viable offer a viable campaign to compete for votes. This bill tries to eradicate that donor primary and give power back to New Hampshire voters. I hope I've been able to explain the intentions and the mechanisms of the idea. And Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. But we still have a problem. It's still not going to prevent, and as the U.S. Supreme Court ruled some years ago about freedom of speech, out-of-state PACs can still place ads with a lot of money, can't they?
There would be, especially, the campaigns that aren't ad campaigns that aren't connected to any particular campaign would continue to be able to run. By the way, there's nothing that would force candidates to opt into the system. So a candidate who wanted to raise money in the traditional way by going to out-of-state elites would still be able to do that. So I think you're right. It's not like it bars all political spending, nor does it try to, do an end run around constitutional decisions that have said people have the right to spend money on political things. Nor does it bar a candidate who wants to raise money in the way that candidates traditionally have from continuing to do that. So I think you're right. It doesn't completely eliminate the influence of money in politics. What it tries to do is give ordinary citizens who don't have access to that money, but who are admired by their neighbors, a chance to run a viable campaign.
Representative Kennedy.
Yeah, I had basically the same question because there's a lot of mention of limiting the power of elites, but I don't see that this does this in any way. And what it does do is it, as you said, it lets a small guy maybe compete. I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Well, I appreciate both the commentary and the question. And I guess my response would be, if someone were to say it doesn't do that in any way, I would dissent and say it does do that in some way. It limits the power of money in some way and in an important way, but it doesn't abolish it. It doesn't eliminate it. So there's a lot of space between, saying no money can be spent in politics, no private money can be spent in politics because we're going to abolish the influence of money completely, and saying that we're going to change the system so that those without access to the donor class can run viable campaigns and compete with those who are the darlings of the donor class on an equal footing. And that's what this tries to do. It doesn't say those with money are now not free to spend it to advance their political goals. What it does do is try to create an avenue for people who can elicit large numbers of small donations, who have the support of ordinary people in their community, who have a reputation because of the lives they've lived. It tries to enable them to run a viable campaign and compete with others who maybe are just running ads because they know 20 big donors.
Representative Berry.
Actually led up to one of my points. So the cap for governor is $1 million. In 2020, Dr. Tom Sherman raised $1.976 million. Governor Sununu raised $2.163 million. This would give $1 million. So I guess my question is, how do you arrive at $1 million? And I can't believe I'm going to utter these words. Is that enough?
No, I think that's the right question to ask, because if it isn't, then these people aren't going to be able to run viable campaigns, competitive campaigns. So the $1 million is what a candidate who qualifies and wins the primary and shows up on a general election ballot gets to run in that general election. They also get to raise up to $420,000 in voter dollars. Those are the $25 certificates that of which each voter gets 4. And which each voter can give to candidates of their choosing. You could give all 4 of your certificates to one particular candidate running for governor. You could split them up among different executive council candidates and gubernatorial candidates if you wished. So there's another $420,000 there. There's also small donations up to $250 that candidates can raise, and we're not limiting those. So it's not just $1 million, and we are trying to set these numbers with reference to what is required to run a viable campaign, and I think these are sufficient, but because of inflation, things like that, they're going to change over time.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused when you said $8 per voter. Is it $8 per voter, $8 per taxpayer? Could you clarify that?
Yeah, thank you. So what I did was I just, sorry about the speaker that's standing between us. I wish I could move it. I calculated the total cost that would be involved if there were competitive primaries in each of the 5 executive council districts and in the gubernatorial campaign, and where every single candidate, A, qualifies, and then B, successfully elicits voter dollars, those $25 certificates, right up to the cap, which is, as I said, $420,000 for a governor, and it's $84,000, by the way, for an executive council candidate. So and then looked at both people qualifying in the general election and looked at the aggregate amount of money. It's about $6 million, and divided by the number of registered voters in the state. And it's just a way of getting my mind around how much it costs per registered voter. It's a way of conveying that. And I had to make a bunch of assumptions to do that. I tried to err on the side of it, I tried to build in all the costs I could imagine and come up with err on the side of making the cost larger rather than smaller. And so anyway, it's registered voters. It's not number of persons in the state. It doesn't include people who aren't registered or aren't able to register or something like that. And that was just the figure I took because I thought that would, I don't know,
Thank you. Can I have a follow-up?
be a good way of putting it.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Yep, but we're going to have to wrap this quick so we can get to our next one.
It's quick. You mentioned $500 to $500 for donations, and we need to track this. So if I get $5 from somebody, I got to get their name and address. Is that how this works? How are we going to know they came from state money or?
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So there is an administrative burden for the candidate and also for the state. I also tried to build in the administrative costs, which are contained in the fiscal note, in the estimate of the per person costs. And let me just say in response. So again, it's the defect is that it involves administration and cost. It's not free, and it doesn't, it's not self-executing. And I can understand if somebody says, well, the costs are too high and the administrative burden is too high and I don't see it work. I mean, reasonable people can disagree, as we were talking about this morning. What I would invite you to do is try to understand the idea, try to, like I did, to wrap your mind around the idea, see whether you think it addresses the problem, whether you're for it or against it. It's a way of trying to address something that a whole lot of people say is a problem. And it's a way of doing it that I think, I just, in good faith, don't think advantages the left or the right or any other group. I think in both of our great parties today, we see a grassroots element and we see an elite element. And we often see them, not in alignment. And this is a chance to give the ordinary citizens the voice that I think they deserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up.
Further questions? There will only be 2 more. Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused about how we would change over from collecting fines for people with campaign violations and creating a fund that way, and then to what you say is $8 per person. How would that exactly be collected from those people who are paying the $8 per registered voter? Do they pay at state level, county level, local level, pay when they vote? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I appreciate the chance to clarify that, and I'll do it as quickly as I can. The big idea is that it would cost about $6 million per election cycle to run this. And the state could collect that $6 million. The legislature could decide to collect it any way it chooses. And it's not literally going to go out there and charge each voter $8 to exercise their sacred right to vote. That's obviously not what it's going to do. It might decide to initiate a lottery, a clean elections lottery, that would raise a sufficient amount of money and fund this. It might decide to impose a fee that would raise a sufficient amount of money on something else, and including raising criminal justice fee. There's lots of ideas, and an earlier witness, Ms. Bundy, submitted a page or two of ideas for funding this that the bipartisan commission brainstormed a couple of years ago, and I'm happy to resubmit those to the committee. Thank you very kindly, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate, I really do appreciate your letting me testify this morning. Thank you so much.
Sure. Further questions? All right, Representative Wood, can you pass up the blue sheet? All right, both of the folks on the blue sheet had also testified, so that nets 0 on the blue sheet and closes the public hearing on House Bill 324. Need it. The next bill will be House Bill 482.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is,
We haven't opened the hearing yet.
oh, I'm sorry.
We will open the public hearing on House Bill 482. Representative Panic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Representative Sandra Panic. I'm from Pelham, New Hampshire. I'm a Gold Star mom. I believe in election integrity, and we all do. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce this bill to you. There's 4 points that we'd like to talk about on this bill. This bill will require it requires the Secretary of State to select a major supplier to print and deliver ballots for the elections. It makes certain that security requirements are there for the ballots, and it specifies the chain of custody for the ballots during and after the election. And it requires photocopied proof of identity and residency when submitting an absentee ballot. A new poll has been conducted and published by ABC News this month. And it reaffirms that Americans' faith in the integrity of our election system remains very shaken, with only 20% of the public saying it's very confident about the system. This is a citizen-wide issue, irrespective of the party. 70% of the Democrats, 80% of the independents, and 87% of the Republicans do not feel very confident in the election process. We need to address that with some fundamentals here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire plays a very unique role in the country. We are first in the nation, and with this responsibility, we should be best in class in our election practices. This bill we are bringing forward is to strengthen our controls and increase process transparency. This will result in improving the integrity of our election process and instilling confidence in our election results to our citizens and country. We are asking three things: to upgrade the ballot technology. With the growth in the absentee ballots, it is imperative we upgrade our ballot technology and make this part of our DNA. This includes reviews and recommendations on improvements every 5 years by the Secretary of State's office. This bill would upgrade our paper ballots to include watermarked paper, magnetic inks, and other available tools to prevent counterfeit ballots. 2, tightening the business controls. Centralized design and supplier selection of ballot printing with the Secretary of State and Attorney General enforce compliance of strict business controls on the printing suppliers selected by New Hampshire, who would be subject to third-party audit and a 91A public information disclosure. Strictly control the number of ballots printed, issued, and unused with stronger reconciliation and chain of custody requirements. Today, absentee ballots are not reconciled and accounted for. This bill would require that all ballots can be reconciled from the SOS purchase order to printer to the towns and available to the public to improve transparency and voter confidence. C, separation of duties with towns certifying the total number of types of ballots received and retained, while the Secretary of State manages the supplier, the specific ballot quantity, type to be ordered, and auditable purchase orders details that reconcile to the towns. Applications for an absentee ballot that is not presented in person in the town or city in which the applicant resides shall include proof of identity and residency with the application. Clerks will work close with the voters until the polls are closed, when the ballots will be rejected. This will increase ballot security. Ballots stored in boxes with tamper-proof seals and locked storage with access controls implemented, including video surveillance and access logs. We respectfully ask the support of this committee of House Bill 482 to upgrade our election practices here in New Hampshire. If you have any questions about this bill, I am the vessel to deliver this. I would prefer that any questions be given to Brenda Town or to Deb Rue, who they have been very, very involved in this process and saw how the process works. And these are the expert testimonies. And thank you very much for allowing me to deliver this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Brenda Town. Representative Panic, we are going to need a pink card from you before you go.
Is that good? I feel so loud. Okay. Anyhow, thank you very much, members of the committee and Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to talk to this bill, HB 482. I am a long-term New Hampshire resident, and my name is Brenda Town, by the way. I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 9. My sons all serve in the military, and I am also professionally, I've got a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance, a master's in international finance, and I was division controller of a billion-dollar division for Hewlett Packard. And so my background is business controls. And so I like to match those two together because there's a professional side of me and then there's this mom, grandma. And so both of them are sitting here in front of you today to talk about why we need your help in the state of New Hampshire. So I participated in a citizens audit where we've never audited the state by a third party. So the citizens decided to take it upon themselves to go through the process to see how our election process was working. And, we found a lot of things in the process that brought this bill forward. And so what I'd like you to do is imagine, if you will, our ballots were $100 bills. And if your ballot was worth $100 or you were handing that out, would you, in fact, handle it the way that we are currently handling it in New Hampshire? And would you endorse and support some of the recommendations that this bill carries forward? So you'll see I left all of you this beautiful colored copy, which I apologize for killing all these trees, but has some exhibits for you to walk through as we walk through the parts of this bill. So as a controller and a financial person, when we would audit a large corporation or even a small corporation, we evaluate the business controls because that's the cornerstone of integrity for the business. The basic principles of business control include the security of assets, separation of duties, traceability, reconciliation, and audit. And all those components need to take place if you will pass your audit by a third-party CPA. And by the way, if you don't, you are not allowed to trade on the New York Stock Exchange. You must be certified. So first, the first picture you see is a picture of security. This bill asks the state of New Hampshire to upgrade the way that we handle our ballots. These pictures were splashed all over the national news when we conducted the Wyndham audit. You can clearly see that we're using reused cardboard boxes that have been retaped, reused, with open gaps, and they have multiple colored tapes on the boxes, including the sides, which could have easily been split open and retaped. Doesn't exude confidence if you were to put your own money in there. So again, this type of storage was seen over and over again in all of the recounts that we did this past year. So again, a critical part of this. The second piece is separation of duties. You're going to find in this bill that we've asked that the Secretary of State create a purchase order for the printer of our ballots after they select them and qualify them. And that purchase order should have the line item detail by town of how many ballots they ordered, how many in person, how many absentee, how many test, and how many overprints were available. That's not available today. We have no idea by town the exact amount of purchase that was made by town and how many the specific towns received. I've gone through a lot of the documentation, and that information is not readily available. It's quite often when you go to the printer, you'll see a shipping document that says ship per Karen Lad, and that I can provide that data. So upgrading that would be very important for traceability. We'll be able to go back and see how many the Secretary of State, who has the responsibility today and would have in the future for ordering the quantity of ballots that the printer would then ship to the supplier, to the towns. Again, the reason for this is a basic tenet in business. You want to separate responsibilities. So like a bookkeeper, you would never allow your bookkeeper to take checks in cash the checks, and then reconcile the bank account that goes with those checks. You would separate those responsibilities. Not that anything is actually bad going on, but you want to prevent the opportunity. So we're recommending that we separate that. And today, the Secretary of State picks the supplier, orders the ballots, cuts the purchase orders, receives the ballots, then reships them to towns. And there's a lot of play in the number of ballots, which is my next point, which hopefully by providing some separation, we can create a little bit more integrity into the process. The next thing I want to talk about is traceability. So if you look at your next page, I don't know how many of you have been in the bowels of the election process, but I've included for you a copy of a moderator certificate. Every town signs off the receipt of their ballots and they report them on this moderator certificate. You'll notice that what's highlighted in orange is the only quantity of ballots that any town certifies are their in-person ballots. No town anywhere in the state of New Hampshire certifies the number of absentee ballots received. So you've got a gap at the printer, and now you've got a gap at the town. You'll notice that on the next page, I've provided you a copy, and I apologize, I couldn't get the same election year, so you've got a 2020 and a 2022, but the concept is the same. On the night of an election, the town clerk will complete a moderator's worksheet, and they use as their starting number, you'll look at that, that's line 1 of the ballot inventory. You'll see that they take the number off the moderator certificate. This number represents only the in-person ballots. They do not reconcile the quantity of absentee ballots received. There's no receipt information. There's no leftover information. There's no information reported on how many ballots weren't returned. Now, I know that information is available, but if you're trying to audit something, you want the ins and the outs. And unfortunately, we don't have that today, and this must be remedied. I'll get a little bit onto that in a minute, a little bit further. As you pace through my really long deck, and I apologize, I wanted to give you another couple of examples about traceability and control. In an audit of a small Bedford special election, a candidate lost by 35 votes. When the reconciliation was done with the town, there were actually more votes that were cast than were reported actually shipped by the Secretary of State's office to the town. So upon further review, there were a few things found. The first image here shows shipments to the town of Bedford, both quantity of 150, both on the same purchase order. So there was a duplicate shipment, making a total of 300 invoices instead of just 150. In addition, the auditor was able to review with her 98-1A privileges the actual shipments to the town that were available in a separate file at the Secretary of State's office. What she discovered is that there were additional approximately 200 extra ballots that were what are called overruns. So when a printer does a run of ballots, they sometimes end up inadvertently printing extra ballots to ensure, like when they're running it, they want the ink to make sure it's nice and it's high quality. So sometimes there's extra prints. In this particular case, the printer had printed a lot of extra overruns, and those overruns were shipped to the town but not traced or tracked or added to the total. It was not discovered until a reconciliation was done on the official number of ballots shipped to the town versus what was cast versus what we had in extra files. Now, I know everyone's super busy and we don't have standard practices, so again, the nature of this bill is to upgrade our ability on tracking these. The next sheet I want to show you also talks about the necessity for tracking ballots. So our absentee ballots, as I just demonstrated with the moderator checklist and certification, do not track the total number of absentee ballots. So because I'm a crazy auditor spreadsheet nut, I went out to the Secretary of State's website and I downloaded the 2020 and the 2022 actual ballots cast. And through the 91A process, we were able to collect how many ballots the Secretary of State ordered from the printer. In the 2020 election, what we discovered is that there were 247,000 absentee ballots that were untracked, untraced, and uncounted. That's on a base of about 814,000 voters. That represents 23% of all votes cast had uncast, untracked absentee ballots. When you carry that forward to the midterm, you'll see the midterm numbers below. There is 104,755 ballots that again went untracked, untraced in our midterm. Now, I do also want to remind you that towns have the ability to print their own ballots if they decide that they need some backup ballots, or they can use absentee ballots to backfill if they run short. So this is kind of a wild card in the process, and we need to close the gap. It just completely exposes us as a state to a huge, huge area of malfeasance, as well as it's actually an opportunity to have a lot of error. We've included another part to this ballot, which I think more people will be a little bit concerned about just because of the nature of it. But I actually, as an accountant, think that it's important. We've introduced the concept of ordering your absentee ballot online to make it easy for the voter. And I am completely all for that. But you can order that ballot, unlike in the past where you would have to go into the town and ask for a ballot. In the case where you can order it online, there's no validation that you are who you say you are. If we're using birth date, my audit team that performed a lot of this work was very simply able to get birth date information on a lot of the websites that sell that information. So as a state, in this absentee ballot process that we have in place now, we've introduced a lot of risk. So the recommendation in this bill is if please go ahead and make an application online for your absentee ballot. You know, that makes it much more easy for a person at home. But snap a picture of your license and upload that along, or an ID or proof of domicile, so that we know that you are who you say you are, especially with the number of absentee ballots that are floating around. The final thing that I leave with you is just a picture of 3 examples over the past 2 years where we made the news for out-of-control ballots. And these were just small samples. But when I come back and talk to you this afternoon about the audit, I will be able to give you much bigger examples. But for this piece, this is strictly about business controls. This is strictly about common sense. It's all about putting our votes into the same category we would cash in same expectations we would have on our investments and when we put money in the bank. So I really appreciate your time, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming and testifying today. So if you wouldn't mind pulling up the amended version of the bill, if you could help me clarify lines 27 and 28. The envelopes and ballots shall be subject to the order of the body to which such person claims to be elected. This isn't the whole sentence, but could you clarify what that statement means?
Sorry, I'm just grabbing a copy of that. Could you just tell me where to look?
Lines 27 and 28.
On what page? Because
It's on the first page. It's the amended version. Do you have that?
I don't have that. Sorry.
Hold up now. We don't have an amendment. We're here hearing the bill.
I'd be happy to field that question when the amendment is brought forward. I just don't have a copy of it. And I know that was added after I drafted this part, so I apologize. Otherwise, I'd be glad to answer it for you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. One thing reading the bill, I see is a problem. Testing. Right now, this town clerk gets the ballots, they take a sample of the ballot, not testing ballots, regular ballots, and use them for testing machines. Is that a mistake in the bill?
No, they should be able to get a copy of these identical ballots to test in the machines, to qualify the machines. So they should be printed and available for the town to do their testing.
Follow up? But
Follow up.
shouldn't the testing be done on the actual ballots, not on quote, quote, test ballots?
So today, all our machines are processed with test ballots. So a town will put test ballots through in order to evaluate the efficacy of the machine. So this was meant to cover that issue. Did I not answer your question? I just want to make sure I do.
No, because the testing being done today by rules given by the Secretary of State,
We're,
well, it's
we're gonna move on.
the real ballots.
We're
are
gonna move
tested.
on. Further questions? Representative Ham?
Thank you for taking my question. And requires the Secretary of State to select a supplier to print and deliver ballots and makes certain security requirements. Is there any other state that does this that you know of?
I know many states have outsourced this activity to third parties. Like I could just cite Arizona right now using Runbeck. I like the way that this bill was drafted because it gives the control to our Secretary of State, but it also puts in place the requirement for a third-party audit on that supplier to ensure that they're executing to the processes. This is kind of what we do in the business world.
I have a follow-up.
Follow up?
Okay. And just looking over the bill on page 4 of the regular bill, does this mean that I can choose and pick where I want to vote? Where it says he or she desires to vote. Do you see procedure of by applicant, an application form of an absentee ballot shall be mailed or delivered to any person who applies therefore to any town or city clerk. It shall be filled out by the applicant and sent to the clerk of the town or city in which he or she desires to vote.
So that is the existing text, and they inserted the requirement at the bottom, any applicant. So that is what is in place today. So this bill did not modify that, and I believe the intention is if I live in East Wakefield and my intention is to vote in East Wakefield, I'll go into that office and request an absentee ballot.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the second or third page. It's the moderator's worksheet. You mentioned that there wasn't an accounting for the state absentee ballots, but there's a line on there for state absentee ballots cast.
Right. So go ahead, please finish.
I was going to say, could you just clarify what you meant when you referred to the absentee ballots and we're not getting the correct picture of the numbers?
Sure. So what happens is, let's say a town receives 10,000 absentee ballots, but only 2,000 people vote. The 2,000 people who voted will appear on this worksheet. They're part of the reconciliation that tie out to the machine count and the return of vote that the town does. Mm-hmm. The other 8,000 ballots, they can be used as airplanes. They can be saved and uncast. They could have been used to backfill, although it will show on this sheet. You'll notice on that same sheet, and this is very important as well about business controls, you'll notice that there is a line that allows, let's see, it says subtract official election day ballots, and then below it says add photocopy or absentee ballots cast as official ballots. So a town has the purview to pull out of that absentee ballot quantity and stick it in with people who need to vote in person, or they can make the other choice and go print them in their own, their own facility. And so again, that's another big escape in the process because you really don't know, did they use absentee ballots? Did they use printed ones? And then you can't, because you don't have the starting number,
Right.
you can't reconcile. And that's why when I told you we have 247,000 ballots from 2020 that nobody can really tell us how they were used, where they were used, where they are, that's a huge problem. And it starts at, the devil's always in the detail, unfortunately. And when you start to audit, you start to find these gaps in process. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions? All right, thank you. Oh. Okay, so, and this is your third swipe at it. For the committee's information, we still have 1, 2, 3 to go. And previous ones, the requested time to speak was 5 minutes. It was more like 15. When this public hearing is done, I intend to take a short break and roll straight into the executive sessions. And whether or not the committee gets lunch today depends on how fast you can exec 5 bills. Because the other public hearing will start at 1 o'clock. So you still want another swing at it?
I think it's important. Can I ask my question? Thank you. Thank you. On page 5, section 2, the moderator finds the absentee voter has not included a photocopy document sufficient to show residency identification. So then the moderator can call the voter prior to closing of the election. So that person has to go there and show, that's the,
Or they can provide an email photo. There's again, when you're trying to get an absentee ballot, you would typically go into the town clerk and request it and then ask, but we've changed the law so that now folks can ask online. And by doing that, you've disqualified your ability to confirm that the asker is who they say they are. And so the only mechanism that we have is to confirm with an identification. And we would do that if we were asking, doing banking. They're going to ask us for an ID if we're going to do a withdrawal.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Deb Rue?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Deb Rue. I live in, I've been a resident of New Hampshire my whole life. I'm currently in Manchester. And I thank you for the opportunity to discuss HB 482, which I am in full support of. I come to you from the background of being a mom, and customer service and sales are my background. So I've done a lot of talking with people, and I know I ask a lot of questions, and I had no idea 2 years ago when I got involved in this whole process where I would end up and what I would end up focusing on. But for today, I want to focus on number 3 on the first page of this bill, specifies the chain of custody for ballots during and after an election. I volunteered at the polls for the primary and 2022 general election for the first time this year. And like I said, I wanted to understand the process. I just didn't want to understand my own little job of, I shouldn't mean to say little, but of checking in people. I wanted to know the rest of the process. And I was quite surprised when I started asking questions, people didn't want to answer them. They're like, you don't need to know that, it's not your place, which made me want to ask more questions. So I actually got an opportunity to view the Evans Printing Company that we currently use for printing our ballots. And one of the things that really concerned me and was there was this cage, a 3-sided cage with boxes for every town. And in those boxes were the overruns of absentee ballots, the ballots that no one ordered or requested. They were just there in case the town or city clerk felt felt they would be running low for people that came in for further requests. So they would just have these ballots standing there. They weren't locked. There was only 3 sides, and they were right next to the printing machines. And so I asked the manager there, Bob, like, why don't you have these in a room with lock and key, and why aren't they secured and what have you? And he basically said, don't worry, the building's locked at night, so they're not going anywhere. So I wasn't really comfortable with that answer, so I called him back and asked him a lot more questions, and he basically said my chain of custody was a locked building. And again, that just didn't sit very well with me. So I started asking questions of my own town clerk, and I said, can you tell me where you capture the total number of absentee ballots that you receive from the Secretary of State? And he said he doesn't. And I said, well, why not? And he said, because it's not required by law. And I'm like, well, that's just a strange answer, because why wouldn't you want to know and reconcile the absentee ballots? You do it for the general election ballots, so why not the absentee ballots? And instead of him like giving me the customer service that I'm used to giving to my customers, he started asking me, drilling me, why do I want to know? Why am I so concerned about what happens to these absentee ballots? And again, I come to you from the point that I've taken Constitution classes. I've learned why my forefathers came to this country. I know what it means to be a biblical citizen. I know that it's my duty as a voter and as a resident of New Hampshire to help and point out things when I see questions that I want to get answers to. And my own city clerk is not wanting to give me answers and hear what I'm saying. It's not even just hearing, it's like understanding and having it sink in to make sense that what we're asking doesn't really even need to be a law. It's just common sense. Like any business would track their inventory. Like I put an example in my testimony here that if you have a shoe store, they're not going to count the inventory of every shoe except for the Nike shoes. They're not going to just leave those out. Like, so why would we do that with our absentee ballots? And again, as Brenda said, with a bank, why a bank doesn't just count the 1s, 5s, and 10s and leave the 20s to chance. And it's just common sense. Like we need to have chain of custody that me as a voter, not going and trying to accuse my town clerk of any mishaps or any wrongdoing, but I just want to see the paper. It's my right as a citizen. I'm a voter. And as we know, voters have consequences. Whoever gets elected can affect my job, can affect my children, can affect the money the discretionary money. So my vote is important, as is all of yours. And all we're asking is that we can see where our votes and our ballots are going. That's the bottom line here. So I did provide you with some examples as well. So for instance, on the moderator worksheet, as Brenda mentioned, the line item 4, we just want like more transparency. Why can't we have a 4A and B and add, total number of photocopied ballots cast and total number of absentee ballots cast as official election day ballots? Because like Brenda said, you can use those for official ballots if you run low. At the moment on the moderator's worksheet, as was already talked about, we only talk about cast ballots. We don't talk about anything about the total number of absentee ballots received. So we can do the same thing, add, line items there. And this Exhibit B was really crazy for me. In talking with my clerk, he provided me with, because I'm in Ward 12, he provided me with all of the Ward 12 sheets for the process that they use for checking in the general election ballots. Why can't we just use another sheet like this one and have it for absentee ballots? Because when they receive the boxes, as I saw from the printing company, someone is hired on a temporary basis to work at the printing company to do the shipping of the ballots. And when they ship the ballots on the box, it has the total of the ballots inside. So when you get the general election ballots, you write on the sheet, you count and you verify that there's 100 in that box. They don't do that for the absentee ballots. Why can't we just duplicate this sheet and put absentee ballots on there? On the next sheet, on the moderator certificate, it says in there, it says excluding absentee ballots and ballots used to test electronic ballot counting devices. Why are we excluding our absentee ballots from being certified? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm recommending that we change that or add, you know, the line items for absentee ballots in there because we need to certify those as well. And then I went and created a chart with the help of my friend Brenda, like a spreadsheet that the clerks could adopt to help, you know, track our absentee ballots, absentee ballot reconciliation sheet. It's very simple. It's not anything like that's hard to follow. I just don't understand why we don't have this right now, because basically what I'm trying to explain is an equation that I kind of put here for everybody to easily understand. We're looking for the total number of verified and certified absentee ballots that we get, because they can get them from the Secretary of State, just ships them out, or they can request additional ones that are in that unsecured cage that's just sitting in the middle of the printing company. So I want that total, and you subtract all absentee ballots that are requested. So we have different categories of people that request absentee ballots. So we want that total requested that were used to be subtracted from what was received, and that gets the total number of unused absentee ballots. And then someone after the election, after the polls close, will actually go to the stack of unused absentee ballots, count them up, and that total, which would be D, will equal C. And if they don't, then we need to find out what happened and where they went. And if they do, then you just put the absentee ballots in a box, secure it right on the top, you know, the total, and say that these are the unused absentee ballots, and then they're put away for the 22 months. And that's all I'm asking you to really consider, and just go through the thought process that I'm coming from, like, customer service and a caring point of view. I just love our state, and I appreciate our elections like I've never appreciated them before. I know the work that goes in it. I understand the long days. I was there from 5 to 11:30. You know, I get it. And a lot of what I hear from, you know, the town clerks, it's just excuses. We don't need, everybody is overworked. I mean, you look at, like, Brenda, you know, in the industry that she's in. I have a friend that's works in account receivables. They're overworked. Everybody is overworked. That's not a reason to not do this important stuff. You know, we all, like you said, you may not get lunch today. We're all overworked, and we're doing our best. And I'm just here to help. I want to help. I want to dig in, I want to do the work, and I want to secure and increase the confidence in my elections. And this process will do that. This will greatly do that. So I appreciate your time, and I thank you for listening to me. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? All right, thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Michael O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien. I am a lobbyist with Party Strategies here on behalf of America Votes today. I'm going to make this quick as to try not to stop you from your lunch. I'll go directly to page 4, line 16, where it talks about any, any application for an absentee ballot that is presented in person in the town or city in which the applicant resides shall include proof of identity and residency. We've seen versions of this bill, I think, every year, or this part of this bill anyway, every year for the past 10 years or so that I've been in front of this legislature. This obviously has a pretty big problem to it, which is that absentee ballots are often accessed by some of our most vulnerable communities, homebound seniors, folks who don't have access to printers, faxes, copy machines, other things that would make it possible for them to then be able to access an absentee ballot and use it. And so even though I do appreciate that there is an attempt to cure it here, there's no pre-processing in this bill, and so you're attempting to cure on election day, which obviously is already frantic and hectic, and we don't cure ballots on election day because the moderators or whoever is handling the ballots don't have time to then find the voter record, give them a call, hopefully to get in touch with them. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, etc. Which is why we don't cure here to begin with. And so while this is in the bill, it doesn't solve the problem. So that's really the part of the bill I wanted to touch on, make this as quick as possible, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Secretary Hennessy. And company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and with me is Aaron Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. And initially, Deputy Secretary Hennessy was going to make the remarks on this bill, but after listening to the testimony, I thought it's important that I step in and just make a few comments about the state of our elections. I think what we're seeing in the testimony and the legislation this session is a clash of the way our elections have developed over a couple of centuries and the way some people would like to see the elections happening at the current time, where the expectation is perfection and accountability in terms of reconciliation and just making sure that everything matches everything else. And I can tell you that that would be a very difficult thing to achieve in our election process, and to get there would be incredibly expensive. The reason for that is the legislature determines the policy on how our elections run. And in doing that, the legislature elects a Secretary of State to conduct those elections. And the Secretary of State is elected for a 2-year term. And if you don't like the way the job is performed or the way election was run, you can change that person and put somebody else in place that you think can do a better job. Because of that, I think any Secretary of State, and it's certainly the way I feel, wants to be accountable to you. I don't want to have to farm stuff out to third-party vendors to do the job that I've been charged to do, because if they fail, I fail. And I want to make sure that I am responsible for every step in the process that is related to an election. And that's the way it is right now. And I would discourage vehemently farming, ballot printing, and ordering off to third-party vendors that then send the ballots to the individual towns, because I lose the ability to make sure that we're doing the job in the best way for New Hampshire. There is a lot that goes into the printing process, and I think it's important that all of you see it. And I guess the invitation that I would make right now is that when we start printing the ballots for the presidential primary sometime next month, that you come to the press and see how that operation works, because it is different than what you have heard in testimony here today. And there's flexibility that is needed in that process as well. For example, we print ballots, or the printer prints the ballots. And let me just say this too, we use a local printer. The print shop is located in Bow, and that works really well for us, because when we have to deal with last minute issues, let's say if a candidate passes away and we have to change the name on a ballot, or we find a mistake where a candidate's name was spelled improperly or wrong, then we have to fix that very quickly. And we reprint ballots when those things happen. And so we have to have a really good working relationship with the press. And we have staff at the site during the time that the ballots are being printed. And the staff there are the ones that take the ballots for each town, make sure each town is getting the right ballots, puts them in the boxes, properly seal them, and make sure that they get shipped to the individual cities and towns. So we have an on-site presence while ballots are being printed. I know that when ballots are being printed, there's a sign-in log for anybody that visits the press to have to sign in when they enter and when they leave. And the building is locked, so it is secure, and we make sure that that is the case. Getting back to the ballots, we print the ballots on large sheets of paper. They might be almost the size of this table. And on each sheet of paper, we will print ballots for different towns on that same sheet of paper. And because different towns have different populations and need different numbers of ballots, there are always overrun ballots that come out of that process. And those are securely kept, inside the facility, the print facility, and distributed to towns if they feel like they're running low on ballots. And that happens a lot with absentee ballots. They usually don't run out, but they get nervous when they get low. And so we will ship additional absentee ballots. We know and keep track of the number of ballots that we ship to each town, whether they're official ballots or whether they are absentee ballots. We know on the moderator's worksheets how many ballots were used in the election, how many votes were cast. In the case of absentee ballots, those ballots are processed on election day when the moderator opens the affidavit envelope that actually contains the ballot of that voter. In the case of test ballots, each town is given 50 official ballots upon which they're supposed to write test at the top of each ballot before they use them so that they can be identified as test ballots, but they're actual ballots that get run through and test the machines. The people that really run the elections are the local election officials who we all elect in our cities and towns to do the job at the local level. And we put faith in those individuals to do the job, but some of them are highly qualified to do it. Others are just learning. And so it's a very human process when we're dealing with thousands of local election officials. The system is not designed to run like a business where you can put all of these controls in place. I have no authority over the local election officials other than help train them and teach them uniform standards on what we're looking for elections. The Attorney General's office is the enforcement authority if they break the law. And if they are negligent, then there are steps that can be taken to deal with that. But I am not their boss in the polling place. They have the responsibility in statute to do what the statute instructs them to do. And so we see very human problems coming out of polling places. Wyndham is the unfortunate but poster child of things that can go wrong in a polling place, and we learn from that. And it's not to say that we can't do things better. We know that we can, and we're working on those. Many of the proposals coming out of this committee are things that we encourage and will work on, but it's a joint effort. Bottom line is we have to be able to have confidence in the results of the election. And I think, for as long as I've been in New Hampshire, we run elections really well. And I think we have a reputation for doing that. We have not had any major significant failures in the election process like we see in other states. And I think that's a tribute to the way that we conduct the activities here. So I'm going to stop there and let Erin talk about the specifics of the bill if she wants to after that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions when she's done.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And thank you, members of the committee. There's a few points that I just want to comment on. And one, kind of working backwards to forwards, was Representative Hamer's question about the proof of identity. The way that, and I'm sure you already know this, but sorry for repeating, when you request an absentee ballot, this bill would require you to provide proof of identity. That absentee ballot request is then processed by your city or town clerk. So in theory, you wouldn't get an absentee ballot unless you had provided that information already, so that the moderator wouldn't have to check that on the back end of the election day. In the beginning of the bill, it talks about changes to updating of the actual paper used in the election. And the secretary has already looked into options of this, including secure ink and perhaps using official watermark seals on the ballot paper themselves. And that's something that we're open to, and there's options out there. Just recognize that that would cause an increase in the actual printing process itself for the paper. Let's see my notes. The Secretary of State's office has a working relationship with Secretary of States across the country. So I reached out to our organization on the locked ballot containers themselves to see if there's any other states that use those at this time. And no other state currently has the requirement to use a locked box. Right now we use you got some pictures of the cardboard boxes that we use. There are states that require locked ballot storage, which is what New Hampshire already does, that requires that locally, and at the state level we do that. But to have a locked container, I don't know what the cost would be for that. I just want to recognize that I think I showed you the different sizes of our ballots previously. So those containers would have to come in different sizes, and then the managing of those specific containers might be very cumbersome just because of the size of that they would be, both at the state level and at the local level. So there might be different storage options that your local communities would have to invest in for that. And I don't know the cost of what that would be, because no other state is currently requiring that. Whether some local counties or local cities or towns do that already, I don't know the answer to that yet. So I'm still looking into it. I think that's all I have to add right now. And I do know that in the fiscal note, the Municipal Association did say that there's a big expense for local communities to add oversight of the ballot storage via video surveillance. And as a former, or still licensed, but a CPA and somebody who used to do internal control consulting for a living, I do want to say that the business audit that this requires of the printer may deter printers from actually wanting to print our ballots going forward. It's very vague, and it might be very cumbersome for an external audit company to come in and look at all of their business controls, which would include HR. I mean, if anything to do with a business would be included in a business control audit, and be cumbersome for the vendor, and also under the right to know law, and expose a lot of information that a private small company in New Hampshire might not want to have public knowledge to.
And I just wanted to add one example of the need to be flexible. Going back to the sheets of paper, I usually order paper for ballots many months before the election. And knowing that there were concerns about supply chain issues, I had ordered the ballot paper for the 2022 election a year before in the fall. And as we got into the spring, excuse me, we were hearing from the printer that the paper supplier was saying that we can't guarantee that you're going to have paper for ballots. So that obviously caused some major concern. We ended up doing a couple of things. One, we went to a local pulp mill, paper mill in New Hampshire, Monadnock Paper, and asked them if they would be able to produce a custom order of paper that would fit that could be used in the ballot counting devices that we use. And we were able to get a order of paper from that for that purpose. But we also, in the last election, decided to use both sides of the ballot to reduce the amount of paper that we needed to use, just so that we could manage a potential paper shortage. It was a national issue. It wasn't just New Hampshire. In the end, there was enough paper to do the job. But those are the types of things that get thrown at you, that you need complete flexibility in dealing with that. And I'm not sure that a third-party vendor in that situation would have had the same skill or luck that we had in that process. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. In regards to the ballot security during the election, I have a question. What happens to the ballots when they are kicked out of the machine?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
What happens to the ballot when it is kicked out from the machine, when the machine refuses to receive it?
So the legislature passed a law requiring that ballots that the machine reads as overvoted get returned back to the voter. The ballot is then taken and by the voter, supposed to be placed in the side pocket of the machine so that it can be hand counted at the end of the night. And any ballot that's rejected by a voting machine would be hand counted at the end of the night.
Excuse me, I have a follow-up.
Follow
Um, was it recommended from the Secretary of State's office during training for the local officials to place the kicked out ballot into an open box if a side ballot pocket wasn't available?
If the side pocket was not available for some reason, then our training would say that they should get a cardboard box, put a hole in the top of it and place ballots in there. That's the same advice that would be given if a ballot counting device breaks down for some reason. And to keep the line from getting really long, we encourage the moderator to do the same setup so the voters can put their ballots in a box and then they can be fed through the machine later once it's up and running.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Are there suggestions in the bill that you would support or that you think are more easily implemented?
First of all, I think that it's the security in the ballot. There are inks, special inks that can be used now. In fact, I'm not sure if Wendell Smith is here today, but he has a DNA, a synthetic DNA product that is basically invisible ink that the ballot counting machines may be configured to be able to read, or if you use a special light, you can see it. There's special magnetic inks that could be used. Watermark paper could be purchased in those big sheets, provided that there's a supply of them out there to get. So, things like that we would be open to. Obviously, there's an additional cost involved in doing something like that. And that's not to say that some of the reconciliation measures and things that are proposed in the bill aren't worth taking a look at and trying to do a better job with. New Hampshire has come a long way since I've been in the Secretary of State's office for 20 years. When I first started in 2002, we had a set of statutes, but there was not a lot of uniform training going on. Cities and towns were doing elections in different ways. They were all keeping their own unique checklist. We didn't have a standard statewide checklist then. And you would travel around the state and you would see the way some election officials were conducting the election in the polling place. And when you question them about it, they say, well, that's the way we've always done it. It didn't matter what the statute said at the time. So we've gotten away from that. And, the polling places are pretty uniform now, but, every now and then we'll find one where the traditional way of doing it still lingers. We deal with that. But, we keep making progress and we keep making improvements and we're open to them.
So before you do that, so the committee is aware, I do not believe that probably the 15 or 20 minutes we have is going to be time to get these executive sessions done. So what we will do is, when this public hearing is over, we will do what we can, recess the rest until 3:30 today. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Would you need a statute to do the ink or to do those provisions? Do you need a statute to allow you to do that?
It would be helpful to authorize the use of security measures on the ballot.
Further questions? Representative Hamer.
Are election officials sworn in?
Yes.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Secretary
Thank
and
you.
Deputy Secretary. All right, Representative Wood, can I have the blue sheet, please? Yep, it was on the wrong pile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace from the Municipal Association. We oppose this legislation based on the cost basis. I defer all the process questions to the Secretary of State's office. I did contribute to a fiscal note, and basically what I'm looking at is page 3, lines 16 through 18, that, as described, it would basically treat the ballots in their containers at the local level essentially with the same kind of security you'd expect in a bank vault. That's not what the law currently requires. I know that the Secretary has answered a number of questions about the process, so I would just add that last year the legislature modified the process for keeping ballots at the local level. It did not require that video monitoring, but there is a visitor log process and a sealing process, and that's all based on, I believe, longstanding practice adopted from the election procedure manual. And so I just want to point out that it'd be very costly to put in those video recording systems. I'm not aware of any municipalities having those for the purpose of looking at the storage area for ballots. They may be incidental in that they have security cameras around the building, but nothing directly geared towards this. And there's no appropriation in here. So ultimately, that would be an additional cost for municipalities, which of course they'd have to raise through taxation from the taxpayers. So we're concerned about that additional cost, especially because realistically, if you're going to put in the cameras for this purpose, you also need to have someone review them. And that's not addressed in the legislation either. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
All right. Wendell Smith.
Thank you much. Yes, Wendell Smith is my name. Polestar Limited, consultants in security printing. I've been in this business for 40 years now, and one of the greatest things that has come along in the last 5 years, developed because of my activities watching this process go on in Enfield, where I live and love, and seeing what are the risks and troubles that need to be overcome. At the same time, one of the companies in this field, DNA Technologies, which I'm connected to sometimes, and I have been consulting over 40 years in this space, visiting with everyone involved in it, governments, trade associations. And what I have found is what you know well, that most anti-counterfeiting answers do not really work at the end unless the people involved in the project believe and trust the system, and in this case, the absentee ballot itself. So what's remarkable about DNA is it has become obvious to all of us that it is better than a fingerprint. It is reliable. It lasts forever, if you will, literally. And we no longer use, in this business, several companies are doing this worldwide. And I'd like to express that very quickly and have it seen in another time in the materials that I supply to you. So we and others have been putting DNA, not originally human DNA, like artists enjoyed the prospect. It's no longer human DNA. We're not trying to identify a person with it. It is a synthetic DNA made for the purpose of, in this case, the absentee ballot itself, and every piece of envelope instructions will be marked with a new concept that puts DNA instead of onto an object for anti-counterfeiting onto a piece of paper. So watching the process work and recognizing this new development, there is a process in which the paper is marked before printing and before use with invisible DNA and other UV or invisible lights that can identify it for you, and marked in areas that are going to later be important, like where is this going to be marked or signed. And later on, as the printer prints this pre-DNA marked paper with whatever is to be said or needed, that mark, the invisible marks, may be behind some of the printed areas, may be on a space where the name is going to be signed later, or not the name in the case of the absentee ballot. There's no reference in either the DNA or in this process which provides any access to who it is that's getting it. So this married into the global system of tracking things, including the US Post Office and others, having become absolutely the workhorse. The most important part of the process is it is tracked reliably to where it goes, and with a cell phone or a more expensive device but not needed, it's tracked just as your packages are from every company and every post office in the world. So with this process, one can go through, by the way, a very important section of all this, the chain of custody. Every move that we're trying to protect is helped by the fact that the user can check. The postal department or whoever delivers the mail can check on whether or not the DNA subject is there, unit by unit, addressed party by addressed party. So what's happening here is in the case of a DNA marked object, and there are many companies doing this now. I have some materials to show what's going on in Europe and other places where it is accepted, and crime labs are all adjusted to reading it. The DNA test for COVID is a DNA test. It's the same test. There are now millions of places where this can be done. So that there are millions of products being marked these days. And now the absentee ballot, by me having walked through and enjoyed seeing how Enfield does it, they do it well. But all the steps that you've put into I'm supporting this bill, not in its totality, but because it faces up to the very big risks that can happen, have happened, and might be provably so by someone who wanted to stop the process. So what's going on here is you're absolutely putting everyone's eyes into the inspection, knowing that they will be known to have had it. Everyone handling this, from the design of the printed object to the printing of it, to the packaging of it, to sending it to wherever it's going to go, recognizes the symbol that says DNA marked. They therefore become individual supporters of the process all the way through to the end when it comes back to the office for testing. So, for logging in when it's logged in. So it's a kind of a change in the world of authentication and anti-counterfeiting to trust. You can imagine if everyone's involved with this process knows that he has it, she has it, she's moving on to where. Every time, maybe you're already familiar with the fact that every time you take a picture with your smartphone, it records the time, date to the second, and the location by latitude and longitude. That information, and it shows then a picture of that. Here's an example. I've moved this process myself into my eye doctor's prescription pad. So this prescription pad has 16 things on the back that make it secure. Is there any security in reality? No. Anyone could steal one of those, sign it. The only security then is his signature, which is no longer considered valid security. And so this doctor who will help tell this story is very proud to do that for himself, starting the chain of custody to that to go on through. So I have done this on Enfield's ballots personally for my own edification, and as mentioned to David, been presenting those results to the Secretary of State. These are actual ballots that you can print off of the internet. If you know, you can go in and get the ballot. I mark them with a little red mark, which might have been done by, but it doesn't matter, by the operators, the clerks. Might have been done by the printer before he started. And then I see how the people have to put together this little complicated package of items into the two different envelopes. And first thing that happened for me, by the way, without knowing it, was a ballot came to my mailbox at 57 Route 4A in Enfield for someone else. I decided to press forward with this project to get here today to tell you you can get trust in that piece of paper, and you'll be able to know that if someone copied it, there's no DNA transfer, of course. If somebody took it to a different place and sent it back from a different place, it'll be identified. So it's a simple process. I have some examples of this going on in Europe in particular right now, where they've changed the way they handle cash management to fill up ATM machines. Present method, if someone breaks that open, they're sprayed with blue fluorescent dye. They're now sprayed with blue fluorescent dye and DNA. The fact is, in general, people using our systems of DNA or anybody's are not bothering to test anymore. That's not an example. But the fact is, it's a trustworthy process. I will leave in my testimony references to those details.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On the blue sheet, we have 1 in favor, 4 against. That closes the public hearing on House Bill 482. All right, the executive sessions will begin at 11:55, and we'll see how many we can roll through in 20 minutes or a half hour. All right. We're going to get going. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 324. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that House Bill 324 be inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who was it?
Mr. Bohm, Representative Bohm,
Barry Bohm,
Barry Bohm.
which sounds like breakfast
I
cereal.
was gonna say that sounds like a marketing tool.
All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, this bill creates a voter dollar system and it's taxpayer-funded elections. Historically, I've been opposed to taxpayer-funded elections. I don't want my tax dollars going to candidates I don't like. I'm sure some of my constituents prefer their tax dollars not go to some that they like. And ultimately, it won't solve the problem that it seeks to address, which is it is seeking to address the problem of keeping money and influence away from candidates. The reality is the money you'd have a taxpayer system, and you'd have people who didn't use it. The donors could then go form a PAO, which we'll discuss later, or a PAC. That money will still be used to do exactly what they want it to do anyways. And in the meantime, we will have cost the New Hampshire taxpayers upwards of $6 million. So that's why I will be voting for inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion? Representative Bohm.
Yeah, thank you. Also, it doesn't do away with out-of-state spending. And then what do we add? State Senate races? And look at the state Senate races. They're people that contribute to them. And when I ran for the state Senate, I got most of my money from one donor in California. But the problem, it's just not going to stop, and it would just keep expanding it. And it's not going to stop PACs, independent PACs, from campaigning, out-of-state PACs or country or other agencies from just spending money. I mean, they don't have to say they don't have to contribute to the candidate. They just have to say, vote for this candidate. So it's not going to really change anything. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Muirhead.
I really thought that I had Representative Berry with my extraordinary arguments this morning, and I'm rather shocked that I didn't persuade him. But I did just want to note very briefly that though it wouldn't stop money, I do think it would improve the situation by creating an avenue for candidates, ordinary citizen candidates with a lot of local support. And I'm not going to expand on that because apparently I've already failed to persuade my erstwhile colleagues, but I did just want to know that, let the committee know that I'm not giving up. Thank you.
Thank you for being a good sport. Representative Lane.
I just wanted to highlight that one bill is not going to solve all the dark money problems. Each bill has to be taken as part of that step. So I wouldn't expect one bill to solve all the issues. And to speak to Representative Bohm's point, there are other bills that we need to enact to solve that problem. And one of them would be HB 195. So that's all.
Nice slip in at the end. I didn't even have a chance to grab the gavel. Further discussion? Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yeah.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward, Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Murhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, I vote no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
and that is 10 to 10.
Vote being
Perfect
10
tie.
10, the motion fails. Representative Muirhead, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that move this be passed.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And since we know how this one ends, the clerk will call the roll. Yeah.
Perfect. Representative Barry,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Inkerberg,
Nope.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward, Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill votes yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Another 10 to 10.
That motion fails. This bill will go on the House calendar with no recommendation, and I will need a committee report. The verbiage should be supporters of inexpedient to legislate and supporters of ought to pass.
10 OTP 1010.
I don't know. I'll get it later. So who will do those committee reports? Barry and Muirhead, and I will need them today. Appreciate that. And so these all committee reports, I don't know if I mentioned it before, get reviewed by both the House Clerk and the Speaker. So the way we can get into trouble is by stating beliefs as fact. So if it isn't an explicit fact, the correct language is supporters of ought to pass believe that. And this way the reports are factually correct.
I see the recommendation is none.
So no on the consent calendar.
No.
Nope. And that closes the executive session on House Bill 324. Okay, I'm going to set a record with this one. Open the executive session on House Bill 453 and recess the executive session on House Bill 453 to February 14th. We're going to do 508 next. All set. All right. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 508, and Representative Wary is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that be 508 would be inexpedient to legislate, please.
Is there a second? Wary Bohm?
Wary Bohm, not Barry.
Exactly. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just briefly, I think it proposes a solution to a problem that might be handled better in other ways. The expenditure of $100,000 growing in time for absentee ballots doesn't seem to be I think, the appropriate mechanism to handle challenges to get those absentee ballots in.
Further discussion on the bill? Who's that? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Chair. Also, too, we just recessed 453, which will cost what the cost is going to be on payment of absentee ballots. So I think this is premature for right now. So yeah, we should ITL it, and it puts the money for the state paying it. And remember, though, also, what do we also pay for? The gas going to the polling place? So, I mean, it's one or the other. You either pay postage or you pay for your gas. So I support the ITM.
Further discussion? Representative Howard.
Yes, HB 508 addresses an issue of a poll tax, essentially. Postage should be paid for by the state because it is a barrier, even if it is a small one. You know, when we're talking about paying for gas, that is an issue where we could address that in a separate bill. But this tackles a very specific issue, and it's just supposed to remove any barrier that may stand in the way of somebody voting.
Representative Berry.
Yes, I'll be voting for the motion of inexpedient to legislate. The notion that paying postage on your absentee ballot is a poll tax is ridiculous. There is always a cost to vote in some way. Should we give them a pen to fill out their ballot when we send them the absentee ballot? Voting, unfortunately, has a cost. Driving to the polls has a cost. Not outside of the gasoline, your time has a cost. Everything has a cost. We don't need to create two classes of voters by saying we will completely finance you if you pull an absentee ballot, but if you decide to drive to the polls, nope, you get to burn the entire cost. We don't do that here. I will be voting inexpedient to legislate.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay, then. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes. That's a yes.
Representative Bohm? Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Wary? Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Ward? Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamlet?
No.
Representative Moorhead? Representative Bay?
No.
Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Grill votes no. Representative Howard?
No.
And Representative Palmer?
No.
And Representative Smith?
Yes.
That is 10 to 10.
And the motion fails.
Oh, no?
No,
No.
I don't think so.
What?
No?
Heidi,
Oh.
Heidi voted
What-
yes.
Oh, okay.
Heidi voted
Oh.
yes.
That is
11 to
11 to 9. Oh. Yeah, 11 to 9. Sorry about that.
11 and 9 in favor. The motion is adopted. Closes the executive session on House Bill 508. Yep. So Representative Wary, you do what?
Who's writing your report for this one?
I think he is.
So I need a majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, he.
No for the consent calendar?
What's that?
No for the consent.
consent calendar. No.
Because
It's a fiscal note, so
if there's like
but it's
3 on one side, I might ask. But one or two is really better.
I love your optimism.
Yep.
You never know. You never know.
You ask it with such like consent calendar. I just love that.
Well, the one time I don't, it'll be something on the consent calendar, so.
We'll get back to that.
It's her first term.
Let me get addition down before I move to the higher level functions.
So we'll open the executive session on House Bill 195, which is now recessed to a time to be determined. And close the, no, we're going to recess. Not, if you say close before you drop the hammer, you're kind of done. Yeah. Alrighty. Not too shabby. We'll have a half hour anyway. Going straight to 196. Okay. Open the executive session on House Bill 196. Representative Lane's recognized for a motion.
I'd like to put in a motion ought to pass.
Anybody want to second it?
An amendment?
I have an amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's been a while for me too.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
sorry.
have to open. Isn't that correct? Did I do it wrong?
No, you didn't. We just need a second.
Okay.
Representative Ward. Sorry, I messed that up. That was my fault. It's been a bit since I've been here.
You good?
Was that adoption of amendment?
So you got the motion and you got the second.
Now we pause.
Okay. Representative Lane's recognized for further motion.
I have before you, I'd like to move to adopt the amendment 2023-0106H.
Representative Lane moves amendment 2023-0106H.
Second.
Mm.
Now, would you like to speak to that motion, Representative Lane?
Yes, please. As I testified, I think last week, the amendment would change this from a commission to a committee. And I put the bill in and it changes who's appointed to it. It's not as many people. There's 6 folks from the House and 2 from the Senate. The idea is to do study of campaign finance, which came out of the recommendation of the Secretary of State's special committee on voter protection. So this would look just at the campaign finance sections of the election law, not all of the election law. So, and it's my understanding that Secretary of State testified that they were in support of this bill.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Barry.
Yes, I'll be supporting the amendment. I do have issues with the underlying bill. However, in interest of courtesy to the other members, I believe that if there's amendments operated in good faith, even if you have issues with the underlying bill, it's prudent to support them.
Further discussion? Okay. The motion is whether to adopt Amendment 2023-0106H. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward? Was that a yes? Okay. Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamlet?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill votes yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
And Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 20 to 0.
Excuse me.
And the amendment's adopted.
I was skipped.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's 20 to 0.
All right, and the amendment's still adopted, so that's nice. The parliamentary situation is the beginning of the amendment says, amend the bill by replacing all after the enacting clause with the following. That means this amendment is now the bill. So, is there discussion on the bill? Representative Barry.
I'll be opposing this. I do believe that the sponsor is acting in incredibly good faith. I just question its necessity, given that when reviewing it, it appears that it's basically the functions of this committee, right? So like this committee is supposed to review election law. It falls underneath our purview. I'd much rather see us just form a subcommittee and just work on it as a committee than to enact RSA, incur all the costs that go with that. There's nothing wrong with, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with the actual bill itself as amended. Even before amended, I just don't believe it's necessary. And I will say, if this committee wanted to form a subcommittee and review this, I'd happy to be on it and be a part of it. I'm not opposed to what this is trying to do. I'm just opposed to how it's trying to do it, because I believe that is our job on this committee to do what this bill does.
Further discussion? Okay. The motion is ought to pass with amendment 2023-0106H. You can call the roll.
Does someone need to second it again or same as?
No, because we had the motion about to pass with a second, and then we had the motion to adopt the amendment with a second, and that's where we're at now.
Representative Barry?
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
No.
Representative Bohm?
No.
Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Inkerberg?
No.
Representative Burnham?
No.
Representative Kennedy? No. Representative Wary? Representative Wood?
No.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward? Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamlet?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill votes yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
And Representative Smith?
No.
That is 10 to 10.
And the motion fails. Representative Berry is recognized for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that House Bill 196 as amended be inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second?
Representative Quayle, seconding.
Yes.
Very Quayle. Sounds like an upscale foul. It's FOW Val, too.
Yeah. You were not the first person to make a food joke about my last name. It will not be the last.
Representative Barry,
I vote yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lean,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Moorhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grohl votes no, Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
and Representative Smith.
Yes.
And that is another 10 to 10.
This bill will go on the House calendar with no recommendation. The two reports will be supporters of ought to pass as amended and supporters of inexpedient to legislate. Who will do those? Okay. Yes. All right, and that closes the executive session on House Bill 196. See you at 1.
That was good. It saves you like 20 minutes in line and everything. I gotta get over to a committee hearing in finance. I just want to eat quickly.
Yeah, I apologize. Thought Representative Smith was gonna cover for me or whatever. All right, so we will open up the public hearing on House Bill 599 relative to requiring an audit of the November 2022 elections. Is there a is the sponsor here? Oh, am I missing one? Yeah, you. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Acting Chairman Barry. My name is Representative Sandra Panic. Thank you for allowing me to speak on House Bill 599. The citizens of New Hampshire are, I'm not going to say demanding, I want to use the word pressing for a forensic audit of the election process to determine the overall health of the New Hampshire election process. This request sits on the lower voter confidence on record. You will hear testimony today on the findings of citizens' audit efforts and personal experiences that support this rising concern and give it validity to the need for this audit. This is also our opportunity to back up the work from the 2022 Voter Confidence Committee, who heard testimony but were unable to substantiate the claims of those who participated. It is up to us, the legislators, to hear the voices of the people. New Hampshire has never had a thorough audit of our election process. We are long overdue. The purpose of House Bill 599 is to use samples of 15 towns with targeted races, Senate, Congress, and Governor, as a test case and audit it with impartial, never-before-used third party who can provide an evaluation of the New Hampshire election process and tools. Should there be a larger than a 2% gap, a larger sample would be taken to assess the scope of the process issues. The effort will be absent of personnel participation of stakeholders like audits conducted by CPA firms for publicly traded companies. This is not only is a best practice, but it removes any potential concerns for the bias in the audit. The audit will be visible to the public with bipartisan participation in the volunteerism. The audit team will document and identify the process gaps, detail areas of vulnerability, and report inconsistencies in results reported. They will make recommendations on their findings to be acted upon by legislature. This effort will be used to improve election practices and restore voter confidence. We expect funding to come from a combination of appropriations of $150,000 from the state with additional funds as donations from the public. I respectfully ask the committee to support this bill. And I'm not going to take any questions again on this bill. I am just the vessel to deliver the bill. And we have Brenda Town, who will speak on this if you have any questions. Thank you very much for taking your time for me.
Thank you. So I think would be prudent for next up would be Brenda Town from East Wakefield. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody on the committee. And there's our assistant chair. I'm not sure.
I think they call me vice chair sometimes.
All right, vice chair. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the second time up to bat here today. I'm here to talk to you about the merits of Bill HB 599, which would introduce the concept of doing an audit on the process that we use for election. As you guys know, we are at one of the lower points in voter confidence. The numbers reported from the Voter Confidence Committee indicated that about 50% of the people who came forward and testified were very concerned and had concerns about the performance of areas of the election process. And as we have never had an audit in the state of New Hampshire, it is a best practice and would be done on an annual basis if we were a company. So I wanted to let you guys know that I participated with a whole group of hardworking New Hampshire citizens on a citizens audit. And again, if you, I gave this handy handout for you. I'm just going to walk through this as I talk so that it kind of backs up the points. So I was a member of this citizens audit. We did an audit of the 2020 election, and we are in motion on the midterm election audit ourselves personally. But there are certainly limitations to what we can and can't do. The team did over 1,000 91A requests. We raised $100,000 in the course of 1 week. We have 8,000 people who follow us on Facebook and Telegram. We have 400 active volunteers, and we've had some help from national experts, which was wonderful. We spent thousands and thousands of hours on data collection. And as you can imagine, being a non-Indigenous legislative or election official, this was new ground for all of us. And then we followed it up with over 1,200 hours of canvassing, knocking on doors, and just trying to get some feedback on the voter that cast the vote, actually that was registered on the day of the election. Are they the ones that cast the vote? Did they vote? And so we did that work as well. To start with, there were some really weird things that happened in 2020 that, and I say weird because we don't have the facts behind it. We just have the indicators, and that's why we need the audit. We saw on the page 2, you'll see the voter trends over time. And these are 2 counties in the state of New Hampshire. And you're going to see that the state of New Hampshire, over that period of time, grew 4% in population. But as you look through the numbers, and I know there's a lot of numbers on here, you're going to see that the Republican Party in Rockingham County grew by 7.3% in 2012, 2.9% in 2016, and then a 6% growth in 2020. But when you look at the Democrat Party, there were some really interesting trends. There was a decline of 4.3, and then a growth of a negative growth of 0.2. And then there was a 25% growth in Democrat votes in 2020. And so when you have a state that only grew by 4%, there's just some dichotomy in the numbers. We don't know if this is right, wrong, or indifferent, but we have no way to get to what drove those unusual things to happen. And so, again, just trying to get our arms around what's happening in the state. I have on the next page one of the things that we found in the citizens audit, machine performance. And we did put together a complete machine performance, and that's this page, you guys. We did put together a complete machine performance report. And what we did is we collected the machine tapes from every town across New Hampshire, and we Paretoed them by town so that you could see how each machine reported per candidate. I did a sample just to show you Merrimack on the presidential and the governor race. What you'll see is across the top, the overall distribution of Republicans, Independents, and Democrats that lived in Merrimack. And then when you look at the machines below, you'll see that Merrimack had 9 machines. But there were 3 machines that performed out of bounds to the overall performance of not only the town composition, but the other machines. We don't know why that happened, but we just know that it's unusual, and statistically, it's very, very improbable. So again, another flag that said, hey, maybe we should check this out and have this included as part of an audit. On the next slide, it just, again, another driver on a reason that we really would like to see an audit is that on the day that we published our voter turnout in 2020, we published to the nation that New Hampshire had experienced a 72.2% voter turnout in the 2020 election. That was pretty outstanding. We were third in the nation with those results. But less than 10 months later, 11 months later, we did the 10-year purge of our voter registration, and we removed 230,000 voters from the New Hampshire voter rolls. When we recast the numbers of what the actual voter turnout for the active voters would have been in the 2020 election, New Hampshire would have experienced a 92.5% voter turnout with the recast, cleaned up registration. That is a statistical anomaly. And if you can see that we would have jumped to the #1 position and exceeded it by nearly 20 points. So something is just not right. And finally, just to touch a little bit on our canvas. When we canvassed, we actually found that there were over 9,000 people on our voter that voted in the 2020 election who had submitted requests for permanent move of address from their the address that they voted from. Again, we don't know if these folks are currently domiciled in New Hampshire, whether they decided to stay at that address after they formally changed their address. But we do know that it's unlikely that all 9,000 of those folks still reside in New Hampshire and had a vote cast in their names. Before the midterms, we used the same strategy. We used the active voter registration, and we bounced it against the USPS permanent move database of people who had moved over the prior 2 years. And what we found is that there were 64,000 people who remained on the New Hampshire voter registration who had moved out of county or out of state, and they had not been removed. So these are some of the leading indicators that lead us to believe that we've got some gaps in the way that we do our elections. And we're really anxious to actually take an opportunity to dive deep into our elections, do this audit with an impartial third party, and then take the results and learn from them. I mean, we can't correct what we don't know. And if you've ever been a party of somebody who's been in Alcoholics Anonymous, that's truly their motto. You can't fix what you don't acknowledge. And we need to get to the bottom of how things are going to build up voter confidence and to improve our process here. And just on another note, again, in my role in corporate America, I, again, did a lot of business controls. And it was a standard practice that we would audit our business every single year using a third party. You were not allowed to trade on the New York Stock Exchange if you did not have a foundational audit to confirm that your results were accurate, because people are investing their hard-earned money into the health of that company. And so we are asking the people of New Hampshire to invest and believe into our election process, and we owe them an audit. So thank you very much, and I'd be glad to answer any questions around the terms of the bill itself.
Questions from the committee, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Looking at the data here that you provide, most of it is manipulation, wrong word, recalculation of data that you found. In the 1,200 hours door knocking, what type of feedback did you get from actual people? What type of things concerned you from that as far as, so we're not talking about you surmising that a 92% number is too big, actual fact?
Sure. So we canvassed Waterville and Rye, and roughly 13% of the people that we queried had either not voted in the election, or it was the prior owner that lived at that home, or they said that they voted in person, but they were logged as an absentee ballot, or we did have an instance where an address didn't exist. We had found like the lease office in Waterville had a vote cast from it. So we had those kind of issues found. That's what drove the focus in our online canvas work, because the repeat issue that we found is when we knocked on doors and we spoke to the voter, we would have two last names. And so we would say, hey, you know, we've got Bob Smith voted from this house, and you're George Jones. Did Bob vote? Does Bob live here? And they said, oh, no, I bought the house from him, 2 years ago. And so we had this situation that led us to believe that we had a gap in our process, that prior owners or people that were moving might still be voting. And I know in New Hampshire, there's a tad of a gray area of, is that your domicile or not? But the volume that we found, and we just left the Attorney General's office, and although we provided this information to the Confidence Committee, we left them. We've got about 900, but I left them with about 700 cases where we documented the home was sold from one family to another family months or a couple of years before the election, and both families voted in the election. So there is a gap that's been created in the process.
Mr. Chair, follow up. So 700, that can't be the 1,200 that you not. That must have been another survey you did.
Yes.
But let me go back to what you said. You found some anomalies. So out of the 1,200, how many anomalies? Do you have a number?
Yeah, we found approximately 80 of the doors that were opened. So it kind of goes like this. You knock on 600 doors and maybe 500 or 400 answer, and then you end up with people that can give you some direction on their voting that lead you to know that there's a problem.
Okay, so the 80 is not really out of 1,200 because that's 1,200.
So the 1,200 are the hours that we spent.
Oh, I'm
so it takes a
sorry.
lot of time, of feet on the street. So we did do 2 towns with a team of canvassers, and that's what led us to the further work.
One more question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Follow up.
Sorry. I read that wrong. Sorry. So I guess the word I was looking for, percentage. What percentage of anomalies did you find when the people answered and went through all that?
It was roughly 13% of the
Perfect.
people who answered, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. On the bill, there's a reference to technical lead who's being hired. Can you speak to the background of that technical lead in terms of qualification and experience?
So from my narrow direction of what a technical lead would be, it would be somebody who has enough knowledge of the election process, enough knowledge of how to be able to separate roles, responsibilities to make sure there's no conflict, and kind of like a CPA. But there would also be a technical component for somebody who understands, IT related issues, so that they could understand if there's a vulnerability in our voting machines.
Follow up. So for that person, would you make it a necessary qualification that this person has worked in an election? Or disqualification?
Well, obviously they would have to have some election history to be able to understand the voting machines and how elections work. And I think we leave the definition of who the right technical expert would be to the people that have to hire that person. Because I want them to be able to weigh in, since they've got to manage this process and they have to have somebody who can guide them. And so for me, if I were on the committee, I'd want somebody I could ask good questions to, who could guide us on how we were commencing the audit process.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming today. I wanted to ask about the sum of $150,000 and how that number was kind of decided.
Well, we determined that hiring somebody to be able to conduct the audit, a professional, that we would be paying a chunk of that for that professional. And then beyond that, it was just a budgetary number. And as I included in my overview, we were successful at being able to do fundraising from the citizens of New Hampshire, because they're passionate about this issue. And if we're asking you to do something, I think it's really good that we would put our money where our mouth was and participate. So we thought that funding from the state with fundraising from the population would be a great way to partner and have this work done.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weir, do you have a question? Representative Bay, we'll come back to you because you've already asked. We're going to go to Representative Weir first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Town, On the Merrimack slide, are different wards represented there, or do you know if the machines came from different areas or sections of the town?
I believe there's 2 machines in each location and that they are representing different locations within Merrimack. That's my understanding. But there was one of the things that I wanted to be clear is if you look at that slide, when we did do our reporting, and it is available for every town, so it's a pretty fascinating report, and I'd be glad to get it to the committee. But you'll see that we did, across the top, is a breakdown of the party affiliation of the mail-in ballots by Democrat versus Republican versus Independent is the same as the people who voted in person. And none of these machines were specific to an in-person or an absentee ballot processing. The ballots for both parties were processed on both machines at the locations or across all these machines. They weren't isolated, like they didn't put all absentees through machine 3, 6, and 9. So again, it was a flag to us as we were doing our audit, and it's just worthy of following up. And as I'll get the full report out to the committee, but you'll see that this isn't an isolated thing in Merrimack, that you'll find that across the state, we have machines that are performing outside the bounds of the overall affiliation of the parties within the towns.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Yeah, so you state that that's statistically improbable. Do you have a estimate of, I mean, what is the odds that 3 machines would be so highly selective toward one candidate versus the averages that seem to appear in the other machines?
Well, the best way I can answer is there is a documentary called Hacking Democracy, and they ran this analysis down in Georgia when there was a suspicion that one of the Democratic candidates had been lost a race because of machine manipulation, and they conducted this same exercise. And they said that this type of result is 1 in a million, that this would not statistically happen. So I'm not a statistician, but I can tell you that particular guidance when we did this machine tape analysis was something that we took to heart, and that's why I wanted to demonstrate we did have machines performing out of bounds to what you would expect. And I just think even if you're not a statistician and you look at the way that the distribution of voter history is and how people are registered, and then you look at how the machines are performed, it does raise just a normal person's questions of how could that happen.
Thank you.
Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the third-party audit company, can you enlighten me on that? I'm not familiar with this. So what type of company is this? Is this something that's in-state, out-of-state? What's in their resume? Have they done it in other states? Or do you have a specific company in mind?
I have no company in mind. In my background, I would normally recommend that you would use like a CPA firm with a technical lead who has experience in the technology and elections, and use them in concert. One's going to be very methodical in evaluating process. How is the process working? Yeah, are there issues? Have we not been following the process? Is there an exposure? That's kind of the brain of a CPA type of firm. And then the technologist who gives us kind of the view of how do the machines perform and where the vulnerabilities, they could kind of weigh into, are there exposures there, and are there things that we as a state should be doing differently to protect the vote?
Follow-up?
So there is no type of company in existence in the United States that specifically does election audits?
There have been teams that have done audits in other states, but I didn't want to be prescriptive. I wanted New Hampshire to be able to find that right partner. We're using machines that are, a couple decades old. And our process is very dispersed across towns as opposed to centralized. So I think that we're a bit of a unique situation. So we should be able to customize the audit approach that makes the most sense for the way that we do our elections. Okay.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Next up is Deb Rowery. Rowie, how do you, Miss Rowie, what town are you from? You're from Manchester? I think there's a couple of us here from Manchester.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Committee, for letting me speak on this bill. I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of this bill because I believe it would be instrumental in improving voter confidence within the citizens of the state. Although we're not technically a business, we do pay taxes, and all of us have an interest in how and where our money is spent. And our elections are very valuable to each one of us. And where there are holes in the system, like I spoke to earlier about the absentee ballot reconciliation, and lack of that process, I believe that having this type of an audit would improve our confidence and would allow us to just see where improvements need to be made. Like Brenda mentioned, that businesses do conduct audits, and although we're not like technically a business and each town is responsible for their own elections, we do need to make sure that things are running smoothly. And the only way that I can think of to do it is to ask for your support of this bill and give we the people the opportunity to just see where there are things that need to be improved. And if everything comes out fine, then great. But from what I've observed personally, there are areas for improvement, and not to say again that anyone's doing anything wrong, but it's just, you know, a bipartisan way of increasing our confidence, because we'll be able to see an actual report of, you know, investigations and people looking into processes that do have, you know, some holes to them. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Excellent. You don't have to take questions if you don't want to. You can.
No, if anyone has
are there
questions,
questions from the
I
committee?
really don't.
See, look, it solved itself.
All right,
Thank you so
for
much.
that.
Next up, Al Brandano. Did I get that right, Mr. Brandano? I think. And you are from Kingston, New Hampshire. Kensington. Kensington.
May I give this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Bring it up to if you want to give it to the clerk. Oh, sorry, I'm holding that from you for no reason.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, and to the committee. My name is Al Brandano. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire. I have been really kind of honored to be part of a volunteer group to work with Brenda and Deb and a whole bunch of other people through the Voter Confidence Committee, and working with the Secretary of State and his assistant. It's been a rewarding experience. But I'd like to start out, I rise in support of the House Bill 599. First, why am I here? The New Hampshire Constitution, Article 8, instructs the citizens of the accountability of its magistrates and officers. Public's right to know. Article 38 is social virtues and incalculated the right of the citizens to require their lawgivers and magistrates an exact and constant observance of them in the formation and execution of laws. Why am I in support of HB 599? Because I believe, sadly, that this committee did not get the consent of the people in their constitutional duties. And I'll point to two specific points. One is almost 30 years ago, codified in RSA 65640, you approved on a trial basis voting machines. Those were never constitutionally adopted. Secondly, we have an increase in really repugnant and expansion of absentee ballots that once again falls outside your purview and should have gone to the consent of the voters. Many of us today who testify before your committee worked with the Voter Confidence Group. Our experience in transparency and fairness, many of us spent thousands of hours of personal time and money to be part of a solution. What may not be transparent to your committee after review of that document was that the public testimony and evidence that was produced was not given out. You may have not seen it in the voter confidence committee report. I'll ask you to look at that because a lot of us produced evidence, and that committee's position was that we're not accepting evidence, we're just looking at confidence. But if you dig deeper in there, you'll find it. One, service, the second one is the service of a remonstrance and letter of trespass. This is very important. We served the Secretary of State, the Department of Justice, for the unconstitutional use of machines on March 1st, 2022, and we're still awaiting an official response. Third, a statement of blind trust. If you look at the report number L, that machines were used correctly and more accurate than hand count, lacks any empirical data, peer review, or basis of fact to state such claims. If they're going to state a claim in that report, they really should stand behind it. Nearly 30% of towns in New Hampshire hand count exclusively, as well as a host of industrialized countries in Europe. 4, it lacks strong, clear, and essential voting policy and procedure changes, supported by evidence presented, as well as critical components that would help prevent future unlawful acts or possible misconduct. 5, it leaned strongly into protecting election officials, but failed to ever mention protecting the civil rights and sovereignty of the citizen voter. Town clerks and moderators all have legal protection and representation through their associations, paid for by our tax dollars. To the contrary, if a citizen voter has no other option than to file a legal challenge in Superior Court at his expense or her expense, that's really unacceptable. 6th, the last official security update for the AccuVote machine is April 10th, 2010. That's from the Secretary of State's office. Imagine your Microsoft computer not having an update since April 10th, 2010. Included in that April 10th, 2010 directive, they were directed to cut modems, the wires of the modem inside the machine, because the machine was communicating outside at its time to a plug-in modem. When they cut the modem wires as a result of a security update, they made the machines lose their UL certification, making them a possible health and fire hazard, as reported to OSHA on September 12, 2022 by an expert witness, Wayne P. Sayer, and all this, everything I'm telling you is backed up in the information that I gave you. 7th, the AccuVote machine maintenance in towns is accomplished with no record of serial number, replacement parts, or confirmation that hardware like motherboards or microchip programming has any chain of custody. You'll see in the documents 91A requests from the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State's office, there is no chain of custody. We don't know when somebody does maintenance on the machine if those parts even meet any certification because there's no serial numbers on any of those parts. And last, in the 2020 recount, just recently in District 24, a bunch of us worked that, and exposed an inexcusable listing of ballot chain of custody and witness and box failures, which may, I say may, have affected an election that's still under review. Torn boxes need to be replaced with tamper-proof bins. Citizens and New Hampshire constitutional expert Dan Richard is also challenging the legitimacy and constitutionality of the expansion of the absentee ballot process. I hope you'll support that process. In summary, we're at a crossroads of a growing us against them sentiment that can't be whitewashed. Members of this committee, I ask you, will you lead and act on the evidence and recommendations of the Voter Confidence Committee? Will you lead with the mindset to placing a value of our votes as we do our personal money? Will you lead with utilizing the best voting practices in banking style audits and procedures? The Secretary of State's website claims New Hampshire is the easiest place for voters to register and cast their votes. But why do we not make a statement? It's the securest also. Then the people of New Hampshire will be best served, and your leadership will help restore our constitutional and civic duty, pride, and public commitment to government. Then and only then, when you get the people's consent, will you be worthy of a first-in-the-nation status. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions?
Please.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Ken Earing from Wyndham. Iring or Earing? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on how we pronounce your last name.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Ken Iring. Thank you for the time to testify. I do support HB 599. I was honored to have served on Secretary Scanlon's Special Committee of Voter Confidence because election integrity and confidence in our election process is important. And over the 5 or 6 month period where we were listening to testimony, I'd say about half the people expressed concerns about our elections. I'm from Wyndham, and I have firsthand experience regarding what can go wrong when election officials don't follow election laws and procedures. The Wyndham general election on November 2020 produced the largest numerical discrepancy in the history of New Hampshire, and over 130 violations of election laws and procedures were identified by the AG and the Secretary of State. That led to the appointment of an election monitor for this past primary election in September. But even with the election monitor, there were still issues. So I want to share just a few examples that were included in a complaint that I filed along with another Wyndham resident with the AG's office. I emailed that to this committee earlier today. So I encourage you to look at that just to see the types of issues that could come up and the lack of following the proper procedures as defined in the election procedures manual and how they can impact an election and the results. So here's a few examples. In New Hampshire, one ballot per voter means that at the end of the day, when the number of voters that are announced and the number of ballots that were cast are calculated, they should match. It's 1 to 1. There are different methods that can be used to independently confirm the number of voters and the number of ballots that were cast. And when those totals are compared, it ensures accuracy when they do match. But for the Wyndham primary, they did not match. In fact, they were wildly off, enormously off. So the number of announced voters on election night was 3,724. That number was 959 higher than the actual number of voters that were marked as having voted on the election day checklist. That's unacceptable. It's unconscionable. The number of announced voters did not match the number of cast ballots per the chain of custody records. The chain of custody records show that there were 372 more ballots cast than voters on election night. Again, that's unacceptable. That's an enormous discrepancy, especially when in New Hampshire there's a history of an average of one race per election that's decided by one or less votes. And my third example out of our complaint is the number of election day ballots that were sealed in the ballot boxes per the chain of custody records was 1,333 more than the number of election day ballots the town received from the Secretary of State. How can that be? These are just a few examples that raise alarms for me and many other people. And when I served on the Committee of Voter Confidence, I was shocked that people I did not even know came and testified and referenced Wyndham as one of their reasons why they had an enormous lack of confidence in the voting process here. None of those numbers that I just shared with you were even close, and none of them matched. And there are many, many other examples. I would suggest if you talk to your town's moderator or town clerk, they would tell you that 2 or 3, maybe 4 ballots and voter discrepancy is acceptable, but anything over that is not. And in some of these cases, they were over 1,000. There were issues with official election results as well. And I just going to touch upon a couple of these just again to share with you how important it is and how a lack of following election law and procedures is important to look into and try to identify where the issues are, and which is why I support the audit, because I think it will help make all of our election officials across the state be more diligent in following the processes. So there were 4 different return of votes filed for the Republican primary and 4 return of votes for the Democrat primary. The originals on election night, just after election night, and 3 corrected versions. And one of those corrected Democrat return of votes showed 2 candidates received more votes than ballots cast. That's an impossible outcome. That should never even have been reported. Looking at the Republican return of votes, the last 2 corrected, and these are official return of votes. They declared the wrong winner for this District 17 state rep race. A recount by the Secretary of State determined the correct winner and changed the result back, so the correct person and the elected person is serving now. But without that recount, we would have the wrong person serving now in the State House. So those examples and many more are in the complaint that were filed with the AG. There's more issues for the November 22 general election, and we're going to file that as a separate complaint in the upcoming weeks. It takes a long time to put these things together because I provided links to all official documents to make it easy for the AG to do their investigation. That's a snapshot of Windham, but the issues are not isolated to Windham. Other towns have issues too, which is why I believe the audit is a good idea. For instance, there were 188 uncounted absentee ballots in Bedford's November 2020 election, and when they did an investigation, I think they found 2 more. Laconia, Merrimack, and Nottingham also had ballots that were not counted. Laconia's 2020 ballots that had write-in votes had those votes counted twice, and the AG's office said that might have affected the outcome of some races, but we'll never know. As a result of these known issues, monitors were appointed to Windham, Laconia, and Bedford for the September 22 primary election. But as you can see in the complaint that I filed, the presence of an election monitor did not prevent more wildly inaccurate errors by our Windham election officials. That's why I support the audits that would follow a business model. So it would follow the process from the beginning to the end, when the ballots were printed, when they were shipped, when they were received, how many of them were processed by voters, how many were not cast, all the way through from beginning to end, including verifying that the computation of votes at the end of the night was done properly, going back to the paper tapes on the machines, making sure that they're added up properly, and that the vote totals in the end reflect the will of the voters. So I appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no other pink cards except for the Secretary of State's office. So Secretary of State Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And as I get started, I would like to say that I have worked with several of the members that have just testified, several of the speakers that have just testified before your committee. And, I believe that, their presentations are sincere. They have concerns. Their concerns are legitimate. And we have been working with them to try and alleviate those. As I mentioned in earlier testimony this morning, we have a system that has been developed over a couple of centuries. It certainly isn't perfect. There's always areas where we can improve. And with your help, I mean, we do that. I do not believe that this bill is the way to go. I think that conducting an audit of several towns, maybe broadening that scope from the 2022 election is counterproductive. We know from the experience in Windham, when there was an audit conducted there, very similar to what's proposed here, that it took, I believe it was 3 weeks. It was incredibly resource intensive. It was very expensive, and it took a lot of time to get that job done. That was productive because it identified the problem that caused the issue in Windham, and I won't get into that now, but I'm happy to talk about it to anybody that's interested. I think that doing an audit as proposed in this bill is not going to tell us anything that we don't already know and that we're not already working on. And those things are being more transparent. The elections are not meant to be done behind closed doors or in secret. The only thing that should be secret about elections is the voter's ballot that they've cast. There are many checks and balances that are in place in a polling place, but that doesn't mean that sometimes things go wrong. Because it's a human process, mistakes are made, and mistakes lead to anomalies, and those show up on the return of votes forms and information that's reported. We do look at those when they jump out at us and try and find answers for them. But the areas where we need to work to instill more voter confidence, I believe doing things like post-election audits. And the policy has been that we're testing systems out now in the 2022 general election. We did a number of things that certainly helped verify the results. One was keeping track of undervotes and overvotes when ballots are being counted, not only at the local level, but also during recounts. That was really useful information, and I think it helped give confidence. The legislature required in the 2022 primary a high-speed scanner audit of 2 towns, and then that was doubled in the general election to 4 towns. And then in addition to that, when we conducted recounts of state representative races, we were required by statute to conduct a hand count of a office higher up on the ticket, whether it was U.S. Senate, governor, or Congress. And we did that. And in those instances, the results of those audits verified the results of the election in those communities that we tested. But we should do it on a broader scale. And I've been approached by some very well-known election technology experts, both Andrew Appel and Mark Linderman, both names that you may recognize, but they're very interested in helping New Hampshire set up some type of a post-election audit system that is statistically meaningful and would verify the results. I think we'd be better off spending our money and resources going in that direction at this point than looking back. Additional poll worker training, I mean, that is an ongoing thing. And in the last year, we've dramatically increased the scope and the types of trainings that we put on. We need to do more there. Our local election officials are not required to attend training sessions. They do it if they can, but we do see a difference. Those officials that tend to go to training usually have fewer problems than those that don't. So that's an area that we should keep working on. And then we're looking at additional technology in the polling place. We are looking to replace the optical scan AccuVote ballot counting machines, which are currently being used and aging to the point where their useful life is in the foreseeable future. We are currently testing for digital scan ballot counting devices. We tested a model during the general election with open source software called VotingWorks. We are going to be testing 3 different models for the upcoming town elections: the Dominion device in Londonderry and Milford, the ES&S device in Winchester, and the Clear Ballot device in Ashland. So if you live near any one of those towns and you want to see how they're working, show up at their polling place on town meeting day. And then we need to encourage the expanded use of e-poll books. Right now, there are 16 communities in New Hampshire that are using electronic poll books to check in voters and report the information after the election. That represents about 150,000 registered voters in New Hampshire. That is going to be a really useful tool moving forward. And I think money would be better spent developing that process as well. So I will end there, Mr. Chairman. I would be happy to answer any questions.
I don't think you'll be able to get away with no questions. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. On the 3 machines in Merrimack 2020 that had the anomaly, could you maybe somehow explain that?
I don't have an explanation other than to say that there can be conditions in the polling place that might cause that. And one of the more common ones in the 2020 election with the pandemic, we had 3 times more absentee ballots than normal. And those tended to be by far Democratic ballots. And so if the local election officials were using a particular ballot counting device to process absentee ballots, that would show what might be considered an anomaly. There may be other reasons that you would have to look at the conditions on the polling place to make that determination.
Follow up.
Did you see any such anomaly in the 2022 election?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at that, especially in Merrimack.
Representative Weary.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Secretary. So there's a lot of changes going on, and you stated that you don't want to look back. Would you be in favor of a full scale? I assume that the audit looking backwards is to determine how widespread some of the errors that were found in a place like Windham are in other communities within New Hampshire. You're proposing that we not look back. Would you be alternatively in favor of a full forensic audit after the next election, after some of these changes have been implemented?
I think there should be a reason for it. In Windham, we had a reason to look back because there was a huge discrepancy that just could not be explained. And it was explained, certainly at least to our satisfaction, after that audit was done. But right now, there is no reason, there's no huge gaping concern that somebody's holding an office that shouldn't be there, especially at a higher level. There's no reason to look back. And I think that certainly from my perspective, and I think from other election officials' perspective, that if we're going back just to see what can be improved in the election process, I think we already know the answer to that. And I think we're already working on those solutions. And I think by developing them, we are going to build confidence, and the numbers are going to be tighter. And I think that's progress. I think that's the direction that we should head in. I know that the Windham audit was hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's just one town. And if we multiply that by 5, we're in the millions of dollars. And if we expand that to large counties, because we're, some places outside that 2%, we're going to blow the state budget. We just don't have those kind of resources. And the money that we do have, I think would be better placed working on the initiatives that we have that I think are going to have meaningful results for everybody that's involved in elections.
Are there any, before we do a follow-up, are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, we'll do a follow-up.
So it would seem though, I mean, just trying to understand the perceived lack of voter confidence is that it seems like people are concerned that they don't know what they don't know. And there's a lot of, this seems to be a very black box approach to things. You're not fully able to see, or the average citizen is not able to fully see into that election process. What would you propose to kind of alleviate that perception and this lack of voter confidence that has been expressed?
You hit on an excellent point, because where the concern is and where the doubt comes in and the lack of confidence occurs primarily in those areas of the process where the person can't actually see what's going on. And a voting machine is a perfect example of that. Absentee voting, the absentee ballot leaves the possession of the town clerk, and there's all kinds of theories about what happens to that ballot before it gets back to the clerk. Those are the areas, if you listen closely enough, where there are concerns that, so somehow we have to be able to open that process up so that, the people that are looking at it can have the confidence. So one way of doing that is, in terms of ballot counting machines, use a counting device that uses open source software, not proprietary software that's protected and kept secret by the company that makes the machine, but it's software that anybody that has the technical knowledge to look at can look at it and see how it's counting the ballots. And, that's one way to do it. And another way to do it, post-election audits, the digital scan technology today in ballot counting devices has the ability to record the image of every single ballot that gets fed through the machine. And based on that, you can randomly select ballots, see how the machine counted it, compare it to the actual paper ballot that was cast through the machine. That type of thing helps build confidence. And so I think those are the areas that we should be looking. It's, as I said earlier, the only part of the voting process that should be private is how that voter voted on their particular ballot. And that's.
Further questions? Representative Hamlet.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary of State. So after the November 2022 general election, there were a lot of recounts, and I participated. I helped with a couple of those recounts.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome. And so were there any large discrepancies in the results of those recounts? A lot of those were, hand recounts of voting machine elections. I don't know how many were voting machine elections, but there were, these were hand count recounts. Were there very many discrepancies?
It depends on what you call a discrepancy. I mean, there was some movement in the numbers between candidates, but for the most part, the recounts affirmed the results of the election night results. There were a couple of races that flipped. One, was a little controversial because I decided to continue the recount in the Manchester Ward 6 because based on the information that we had been required to collect by the legislature, coupled with audit, which by chance happened to be that ward, it was very obvious looking at the numbers that not all of the ballots had been counted in that race during the recount. And so, I had a very difficult decision, and it was, do you let the results stand from the recount, or, do you make sure the votes were counted? And so I made the decision to count the rest of the votes. That forced a court issue, which is where that should have ended up, and we had resolution to it. But for the most part, the numbers were within a range that you would expect to see after an election. When ballot counting devices are counting ballots, you sacrifice a little bit of accuracy for speed because the machine will not read a ballot or a mark on a ballot that is not in the proper place, even though looking at the ballot, you can determine what the voter intent was. And so there are differences. It wouldn't be unusual for a town like Merrimack to have everybody's votes go up, maybe 20 votes because of that. But that's why we have recounts. You know, if the race is close and people have questions, they can easily request a recount. We had a record number of recounts, by the way, 31 had been requested.
Further questions? Okay. Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. Based on your knowledge and experience, are New Hampshire elections safe, secure, and have a long history of producing reliable, trustworthy results?
Yes.
Further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. We're going to close the, I'm sorry, I got to do the blue sheet. Representative Akenberg, can you give me the blue sheet? Does anyone else wish to speak to House Bill? Oh my goodness, I lost my spot. House Bill, thank you, 599. Okay, thank you. On the blue sheet, there are 1, 2, 3 people signed in favor and 1, 2, 3 people signed as opposed. With that, I will close the committee hearing on House Bill 599, and I will open the committee hearing on House Bill 259, only a solid hour and 10 minutes behind schedule, relative to the study of making working at polling places on Election Day a civic responsibility and legal obligation for citizens. House Bill 259. I don't believe I have a pink card for House Bill 259. Yes, bring it up here. Thank you so much. Representative Jamar, you're up. Yeah, but yeah.
Didn't hear myself announced. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for this opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 259. When I was a kid, I grew up in central Vermont, a couple of hours from here. Well, more than that from here, a couple of hours from where I live. And, you know, one of the great memories of my youth is going to town meeting day. Once a year, my parents always went. My brother and I volunteered at town meeting day, running the microphones around so everybody could be heard. And it was a great introduction to kind of New England democracy, direct democracy, votes over, you know, what road is going to get graded this year, and if we buy a new fire truck and things like that. And one of the things, you know, we would stay afterwards. My parents volunteered and counted votes. And one of the things I learned from that about hand counting, for example, is even when you're looking at like 80 votes in a small town, there are going to be miscounts, right? 3 or 4 recounts of the same 80 votes in order to figure out whether or not you're going to buy a fire truck. So it speaks in ways to the not always accurate results of hand counting, even small numbers of votes. We have a really special culture, political culture here in New Hampshire, which is why some of us feel very passionately about New Hampshire's status as first in the nation primary. We have high voter turnout compared to a lot of other states. We also have high voter confidence, but at the moment we also do have a relatively high level of voter distrust in the accuracy of our elections, as we've just heard quite a bit about. The Constitution of the United States guarantees us a right to trial by jury, right? And so we have a jury system because it is our collective responsibility to participate in that process. We have a right and we have a responsibility, right? The bill that I presented, 259, is intended to have us think about voting in similar terms. This is one of our most precious constitutional rights. I think that there's some opportunity to think here about the responsibilities that come along with participating in that system, having those rights and having certain responsibilities. I have friends in Germany. I am by training, my profession is a German historian, and they have requirements to work at polls on election days. And that is, in part for Germany, it's a really important kind of development in their civic culture in response to the problems with authoritarianism in their past. But election day there is, it's a day off, and they have a system whereby people have to. It's not tied into the jury system like I'm proposing here, but is people have to serve on a regular basis, working at polls on election days, and there are a number of aspects of our current political culture, I think, that could be served really well by thinking about our participation in elections in ways that are similar to our participation in the jury process as a right that's accompanied by a responsibility. First of all, I think it can help address some of the voter confidence issues. Getting people involved in the process is one of the most effective ways of making them feel that they have ownership of the process and to believe that the process is accurate. In fact, we know, I went to one of the special commission's meetings in Keene in September, and studies that were spoken about at that meeting indicate that the closer the election is to your local level, the more likely you are to have confidence in the results, right? So if you go from a town to a county to the state to the national level, you see lack of confidence increase as the distance from the voter to the election increases, right? So getting people involved, I think, is potentially a beneficial result of this kind of system, and hopefully helping to raise confidence by, again, giving people ownership in the process. I think overall it raises the level of engagement. We have a high voter turnout in New Hampshire, but it is still, there are lots of folks who don't vote, and certainly it is their right to not vote, just it is your right to not avail yourself of the constitutional right to a trial by jury and choose a trial by a judge if you wish. But we can increase that level of engagement. I think that we should all have that as a goal, increasing the number of our citizens who are legally eligible to vote to do so. I also am particularly concerned in our current culture at what has become much more so outside of New Hampshire for sure, but a pervasive culture of harassment of poll workers. We have a very divided culture, very us versus them kind of culture politically, and that extends in many ways to how people regard and treat poll workers. If they feel that somehow the system is being rigged, they tend to regard the people who are actually participating in the civic duty and responsibility of working at the polls, they tend to regard them as them that are somehow undermining your right. And so I think that having a system like this where people, average citizens like ourselves, are brought into the polling place to work, hopefully is going to help break down that us versus them mentality that makes, unfortunately, a lot of people feel that they have license to abuse poll workers while they themselves do nothing to participate in the system that they stand by and criticize. So I see these as a number of beneficial outcomes of thinking about having something comparable to our jury system with regard to poll workers. I think there are a lot of ways that this could play out. I had a great meeting with the Secretary of State where we threw back and forth some different scenarios. Well, what about this? What about that? Those details obviously would need to be worked out. That's why this bill provides for a special committee that would then potentially charge the Secretary of State's office with doing a feasibility study. But those are what I see as the benefits of thinking about working at polls differently. And I'm happy to take your questions and look forward to an opportunity to engage in conversation about my bill. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Reminder, this is a bill to form a committee to issue the Secretary of State to start a commission. So keep the contents about the bill, please. I successfully batted down the questions. Perfect. Thank you, Representative. I don't have anyone else to speak other than Secretary Scanlon. So Secretary Scanlon, 3 minutes on the bill to form a committee to force you to have a commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm happy to support this bill. I did have a good conversation with Representative Germana about his idea, and I think it dovetails nicely into the ability to vote to build voter confidence in the state. You know, one of the ways that you do that, in addition to being transparent, is you educate the voting population on exactly how the voting process works. And there's no better way to do that than to actually participate as a poll worker and work in the polling place. So, you know, I think it might be a lot to ask to have a jury pool type selection process where you're mandated to work on the day of the election, but there might be a variation of it where individuals can be selected at random and asked if they want to participate on the day of the election. And there may be other ways to encourage participation of potential poll workers. So I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee. We'll go with Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. Now, these people that are like juried people, they're going to have to go through training, right?
They should, but you know, the current process right now does not require that. And if the moderator, the clerk, or the selectmen are looking for people to conduct an election, if they don't have enough experienced staff, they have to pull from somewhere to get the job done. And you know, this type of effort might be a way for people to ease into that process.
Representative Muirhead, we had heard from you so much today. You know, just...
Should I sit back really for the rest of the day? I think I'm in a penalty box. Excuse me, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this would be a way of kind of one thing would be to force people to serve and like we do kind of force people to serve on juries. Another would be to invite them to to step forward. How about, would you favor other ways of getting people to voluntarily offer themselves, like paying them more, or, you know, using public service announcements on radio stations to invite people to volunteer, something like that, before doing this kind of commission or committee to form a commission?
The short answer is yes. You know, we're looking at ways that we can encourage more poll worker participation, and there is one initiative that I'm looking at right now, which is encouraging veterans who have served their country, you know, fought to defend the right to vote, and in their older years or retirement years, encourage them to come and actually participate in that process. And I'm pretty excited about that. But there's other ways to achieve the same goal, and you know, I'm open to what those might be.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm new to this committee, and I'm not trying to be funny here, but since you seem to be ahead, okay with putting this committee together, can I just recommend ITL and let you do your job? Am I missing something here? No, I'm not trying to be flippant, so if I am, I apologize.
We would work on this anyway, but sometimes a study committee can, you know, bring more people together who have different ideas, and you know, things come up that I might not think of and how that process might work. But the short answer is yes, we would be working on this anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Weary.
You mentioned the veterans. Again, what a great idea. How about for secondary education, where you have high school individuals who are, you know, may have to do a senior project or a community service project? This could align with civics instructions in the secondary schools. What's the possibility of doing something like that, similar to what you're proposing for the use of the veterans in that capacity?
I think that's a great idea. Currently in statute, 17-year-olds are allowed to actually work at a polling place as an election official. There have been small initiatives in the past to try and develop that a little bit further. They haven't taken it off, but we should get our youth involved early, because once they start voting, they tend to stay voting. And I think that would be a very positive thing.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do we know of any other states that make this a requirement or a civic duty?
I'm not aware of any. That doesn't mean there aren't some that exist. I just don't know.
Follow up.
Follow up, please. As I working in my local elections for several years, this has always been the biggest issue, is trying to find a balanced party volunteer, or paid volunteer, as you say. So would there be any penalties for people that choose not to, if this process were to take place? Do we know of?
Again, I think I don't personally support making it mandatory for somebody to be selected in a jury pool type situation, but I think that idea could be used to send invitations to voters that are selected at random. Would you like to participate in the polling place on the day of the election and serve a civic duty, and see if you can, just get their pride to come forward and, have them step up.
One more.
Of course.
Just as an encouragement. Part of some homeschooling students that are in my area is to help and provide food, things like that, for the poll workers, as just a contribution to them being there. And certainly the idea of high school students is a great idea. Perhaps that would be something to really march forward with and pushing forward through our education system. Thank you.
And a community can use younger people if they want to. They just can't be election officials, but they could do things like, man a food table, or help bring things back and forth to the election workers. There may be roles that they can do in the polling place to make it easier for everybody else, but also give them some exposure.
I'm sure all those questions would be answered in the committee to form the commission. Any other questions? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking my question. The spirit of my question is, as someone who has paid time off to do this work. So with the if this is a civic duty like jury duty, would it be a requirement for employers to employ individuals from New Hampshire to allow their employees to charge their time to jury duty when they are serving during elections?
Again, if it was mandatory, which I don't favor, I don't know. That would have to be developed in the bill, but that's a good question.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you for taking my question. This bill outlines the membership of the committee as 3 members of the House, 2 members of the Senate. Do you need legislation to create your own committee as you are exploring these ways where you might invite more volunteers to become poll workers? Do you need legislation to involve members of the House or members of the Senate in that exploration to invite more poll workers?
No, I think, if I wanted to create an ad hoc committee, I could certainly do that. That's the way I created the Special Committee on Voter Confidence, which is a fairly high profile committee, but sometimes it's nice to have the formality of the legislative approval when you do something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for the most pointed question about the bill. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, I will say I thought this was going to be a slam dunk open close, and I actually propositioned to Representative Lane to exec it immediately. Clearly, there is more interest than I thought, so we are going to not do that for sure and close the hearing on. I'm sorry. Oh, we're going to do the blue sheet. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. On House Bill 259, there were 4 people signed up as opposed and 1 person signed up in support. Now I will close the hearing on House Bill 259, and I will open the public hearing on House Bill 395 relative to the voters' guides for constitutional amendments. I don't believe I have. Oh, I have 1 pink card. Is the sponsor here? Representative Schmidt. Is anyone here to introduce this legislation? Would it be is Representative Smith a Republican or a Democrat? Do we not know? Yes. Welcome to the 400-person body. He's a Democrat. Would one of the members of the Democrat committee would like to introduce this bill, take absolutely no questions so we can proceed with our hearing? If it had been a Republican, I would have asked a Republican to do it for the record. And clearly I didn't know. So okay. And by the way, thank you, Representative Lane, for jumping on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Connie Lane. I'm a representative for Ward 2 in Concord, and I am introducing House Bill 395 on behalf of Representative Schmidt. And it's an act relative to the Voters Guide for Constitutional Amendments. And I don't think I'm going to take any questions. Is there anyone else who's going to speak to the bill, Mr. Vice Chair? Oh, okay. Well, then I defer to all those folks.
I
Thank
think it
you.
will be well covered. Actually, you know what? We'll start with Liz Tantarelli, mostly because I haven't seen you yet, I think, this legislative cycle. Ms. Tantarelli, welcome back.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Yes, I haven't been here testifying yet. Whoops, untangle myself. Thank you. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, and I did speak with the sponsor about this bill several weeks ago. And in fact, I contacted him because in fall of 2022, as you know, we had two ballot questions, and there was great confusion among the public about what the heck these meant. The League of Women Voters' goal is to empower voters, and therefore we took it upon ourselves to write an explanation of each of the ballot questions, to disseminate that via email to our members and friends and supporters, via social media, via paper copy at candidate forums, in any way we could do this. We sent them out to groups that requested it and so on. Recently, all those extra copies of that went into the recycling bin, but I had one left, which I've given to the clerk. So, if you want to see how we did a neutral explanation of those two questions, you can. Now, we did that because we feel that is our work, to empower voters to understand what they're voting for. It's in the same spirit in which we conduct candidate forums, meet the candidates so you know whom you're voting for. We reached a small fraction of the voters, let's be honest. People were emailing me, asking me questions. People I didn't know were emailing the league with questions, but still it was a small fraction. I believe this is a good bill. I'm speaking in support of it, to have an explanation of the question right on the ballot. And it could be written very simply. It should be written very simply, frankly. For instance, the registrar of probate thing had every reference to the registrar of probate deleted because that's your law right now. So in my explanation, I showed it the way you legislators saw it when it was passed last year. That is, as a strike through of the phrase register of probate, which made a lot more sense. Now you know what you're voting for. You're voting to get rid of that position. Anyway, back to this bill. I do believe that we should have those kinds of explanations right on the ballot. I disagree with the sponsor, and I tried to call him over the weekend and didn't reach him to see if he'd amend it. I disagree that the text of that explanation should be written by Jelcar. I think that should be written by the Secretary of State, a completely neutral party in the elections. But I do believe the voters need and deserve explanations, and that's why the League supports this. And if you don't pass this bill and we get another constitutional amendment on the ballot, we'll do the same thing we did in 2020. We'll write our own explanation and try to publicize it, but we won't reach nearly the number that we could if you pass this bill. I'd be glad to answer questions if there are any.
Questions from the committee? Representative Wood. Representative Wood, can you turn your microphone on?
Thank you. I agree with you. That first one would have been much easier if we followed what we do here and did a strike through. I'm a little nervous about the explanation because some of these things get pretty wordy, and to make them completely neutral is very difficult to do, in my opinion. But so my concern here, and you can
Representative Wood,
yeah, I just want.
We have to. I hate to be that guy because especially people know I love a good back and forth, but we have to ask a question in the hearing in the interest of fairness.
What is your concern? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What is your concern about how thorough the explanation needs to be? Or what you propose?
Okay, the copy that I gave to the clerk, I think we went overboard in our explanation. And when I posted it on social media, I simplified it. And I said that that first question, for instance, would take the position of Register of Probate out of the Constitution because it is a position which no longer has any duties, and the only way that can be done is through a constitutional amendment. That would have been perfectly fine. So when we have any controversial constitutional amendment, and yes, I've looked at the CACRs for this year. Okay, we're in for a fun ride with those. I don't think it should be Jelcar that is writing that because you have partisan views there. That's why I suggest that this be amended so that the Secretary of State will write it as simply, as briefly, and as neutrally as possible. I hope that answered your question, Representative.
Follow up?
Have you recommended, I think you said it, but just to be clear, have you made that recommendation to the sponsor? For the amendment?
I couldn't reach him over the weekend, and I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure why he's not here. That was my intention, to recommend it to him.
That did answer my question. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative Wood, and I hope we're still friends. Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Good to see you. So what is the downside to just keeping it as is, where nonpartisan groups such as the League of Women Voters provide that information?
I'd love to thank you for that question, and I love your confidence in us that we could reach a lot of voters. We can't. It needs to be on the ballot. There are certainly people who missed any newspaper reference to this, missed our social media, missed our handouts, were there in the polling place and had no understanding of either of the questions and whether their yes or no votes mattered and what they should do. So it needs to be on the ballot.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, and it's good seeing you again, Ms. Tantarelli.
Thank you, Representative Berry.
Next up, Roy, I'm going to butcher this last name, so I apologize. Schwaker, you're going to have to help me, from Concord.
That's Schweiker. It's Germanic. It's like Schweiz and other German names. You pronounce the second letter instead of the first. But anyway, yes, I'm Roy Schweiker from Concord. And she actually stole a lot of my thunder because I felt the same way about the constitutional amendment thing, that, you know, it didn't really say anything. It was made worse by the Concord Monitor the day before the election, said the effect of this amendment would be remove the Register of Deeds. So you know, I agree with what she said in terms of we should have an explanation. It should be on the ballot. And more importantly, and once again, it sort of says this here, but not quite, the amendment should say what will change, what the impact of this is compared to what will happen afterward. Because what was presented was correct. You know, after how it happened, only a certain offices would appear in the Constitution. But it didn't say that the impact of this is you'd be removing a presently existing office. So I think that that's the second important thing, is that you need to show what's changing and not just what the result is. And I have a second story here. The Concord School District had a charter commission last time through, and they decided on their own that they wanted to eliminate the requirement that charter commission candidates file campaign finance requirements, and also the requirement that they be elected by wards instead of at large. So they had an amendment to the charter that would do those two things, but once again, they did not say in the explanation that we're going to eliminate the campaign finance requirement, we're going to change to at-large voting. They just said what the result was, so most people who voted on it had no clue what was actually taking place in this thing. So that's, once again, an example of why it's very important that the requirement for the explanation show what the change is and not what the result is. And lastly, to get to the last topic here, I think the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules maybe should approve the text. I mean, the people that came up with it originally, you know, maybe know what it should be, but the Joint Committee on Rules, you know, could look at it and see, is this like the Charter Commission? They're trying to hide something. We need to fix this. And the other thing that came up with the Charter Commission is the only appeal was to the Superior Court. You could appeal to the Superior Court if you didn't like it. That's probably not something they have a great deal of expertise in. And gosh knows when they would have had a hearing, you know, maybe 2 or 3 years from now after the amendment's already in. So I think that the correct thing to do may be to do this, that whoever writes the amendment provides the explanation, but the Committee on Legislative Rules gets to review it and object if they don't like it. And the Secretary of State, who actually is our top election official, if he can set the primary date, he ought to be able to be the final decision on, you know, whether the explanation is correct. And the last thing I want to say, extending what she has said, is this just says that if the legislature or whatever proposes the change, that this explanation has to meet this requirement. But if it comes by a constitutional commission, you don't have to go through this. I think the change should be the same for everybody, that the Constitutional Commission may write an explanation, but it should be subject to review by administrative rules if you want to, and certainly the Secretary of State can make the final determination of this. Is this a fair, you know, explanation that explains what's actually changing rather than you're trying to hide something? And then I'll make one more last thing, and that is, why is this only true for constitutional amendments? Why isn't it true for any such change? Why don't we make charter commissions subject to, if they propose an explanation that's not, you know, full and correct, that the Secretary of State can change it. And if a voter doesn't like the explanation, they appeal to the Secretary of State, who can actually affect the ballot, rather than paying several $100s to get the Superior Court to rule on it 3 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Mary Till, also from Concord. Concord well represented today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. My name's Mary Till, and I'm from Concord, as you pointed out, and I am rising in favor of this bill. Actually, I worked with Representative Schmidt in writing this bill, and I have a couple of comments related to that. But first of all, let's talk about my motivation in wanting the bill to be written. And I agree pretty much with what the previous speakers have said. I used to be a town moderator in Derry until 2020, and so a lot of people looked to me when it came to election questions. And I got lots of calls from people saying, what's going on with these amendments, especially that first one. In fact, one person said, you know, if you remember the bill, there was a section 71A and a section 71B, both of which just removed the registrar of probate from the Constitution. And they looked at that and they said, well, I want to vote no on 71A, but I want to vote yes on 71B. You know, how do I vote? And so I, you know, explained to them how, what was really going on with this amendment. But when I got the first call, it happened to go to my voicemail. So somebody was saying, you know, explain to me what's happening on this amendment. And I thought, well, okay, I'm going to read it because I hadn't read it. I'd heard that there was going to be an amendment to remove the registrar of probate. So I went to the sample ballot that I had, and I read the constitutional amendment, and I said, I don't know what this one's all about. It doesn't say anything about registrar of probate. But luckily, I had a handy-dandy copy of the New Hampshire Constitution. So I pulled it out and I read the relevant sections and realized what they had done. So when I called the people back and explained that, they were satisfied. But my concern is, although I'm glad they trust me, I really don't think that voters should have to trust somebody they know to understand how they're voting. And so that's when I went to Representative Schmidt and said, we need to put an explanation on the ballot of what these amendments mean. I know from town politics that when they put out a warrant article, they do put an explanation of what the warrant is all about. And so I didn't understand why it wasn't happening with the New Hampshire Constitution. The other thing is, after the bill was submitted, I started hearing lots of talk about who's writing this explanation. In fact, the analysis of the bill says it changes the process of drafting voter guides for constitutional amendments. Well, that was never the intention. It has nothing, we don't care who writes these explanations. So Representative Schmidt and I got together over the weekend. I don't know if he was able to offer an amendment, but we did come up with an amendment that basically leaves 663:3-A, which talks about how this explanation is included in the CACR, and then it is, you know, taken from there, and the explanation is given to the Secretary of State, who puts it in the voter's guide. That's fine. So the amendment that we're going to propose will simply not touch Part A, which talks about who's going to write it. We'll do it the way we're doing it right now. It adds a new section that says, the text of the statement for the voter's guide in the resolution proposing the constitutional amendment, as described in RSA 663:3-A, shall be printed on the election day ballot immediately beneath the constitutional question to which it applies. So that gets rid of all of the discussion about who's going to write it. We're not trying to deal with that question now. Somebody can put in another bill if you want to do that, but this bill is just to talk about getting an explanation on the ballot. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Easy enough. Thank you, Ms. Till. Next up, Carol. Oh, Lord. Thank you. Also from Concord. Once again, Concord, extremely represented today. I apologize about your last name.
Oh, nobody can get it right, so it's fine with me. So I am Carol Canarium, and I'm very glad to come and talk to you today. I have a master's degree and I'm reasonably intelligent, but when I go into the polls, I often do not understand the question, or if I understand the question, sometimes I just don't quite know whether voting yes is agreeing or voting yes is not agreeing. So when I went to the polls in November, and I had read in the Monitor about the bills and the questions, and I was pretty clear that I knew, but there was no mention of probate in that question. It was, and other people that I talked to just didn't understand it at all. And they too reported that they often didn't understand questions, or that they were confused about how to answer it. So I thought, oh, this has to change. So I am just delighted to have this bill. I think it's really important for voters to have clear statements about what the bill is and how, when you vote, that you know that you're voting it the way you really believe you should vote it. And I think if we wrote that bill so that a fifth grader could understand it and tell me what's in it, that would be wonderful. So I think really and truly, it should be on the ballot. And I think if the question has to be in some legal language, that's fine. But underneath, there should be a place for voters who are not legal people, and they could know what they're voting for. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be talking to you.
Excellent. Not many people say that. Questions from the committee? Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
Last pink card we have is from the Secretary of State's office, Deputy Secretary Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Good to see all of you again. I have not seen the proposed amendment that the last speaker was talking to, but just bringing up a couple of points that other people have spoken to already. Not only was the two questions, especially one of them, very confusing for some of our voters this past year, the actual voter's guide was confusing as well. And we did get a few angry phone calls to the Secretary of State's office, since we do print that and distribute it to your town election officials. We put it up on our website, but we can only print currently what it says that we can print. So we don't have any way to make that a little bit clearer to what the voter's doing. So I'm not sure what the amendment does, but looking at this, a new process just to make sure that that voter's guide is clearer would be recommended by myself. I think that that can be worked on just to make sure that whatever is given to the voter, they do understand what they're voting on. The other thing that this bill currently does is that it prints that voter's guide on the ballot, and we don't do that right now. If you were in your polling location in November, you may have seen the voter's guide for the questions, or if you had an absentee ballot, you may have gotten one in the mail. Putting the voter guide on the question, I just want to make you aware, would make the ballot longer possibly, because it would add a lot more language to the bill. So however the committee decides to address this bill, I just want to make you aware of that possible ballot, a bigger ballot or a more expensive ballot process. That's all I have to say.
Okay, questions from the committee. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What are the legal restrictions? You mentioned that you're confined now by legal restrictions, what you could put on the ballot. Is that something you could just say quickly?
Yes. So if you look at the bill in front of you,
Yes.
and you take out all of the strikes and all of the
okay.
bolds, that's what the current law is.
Got
So
it.
we print what the legislation tells us to print.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. How seriously should we take the longer ballot concern? Just off the cuff, one might think that a slightly longer ballot that voters can understand is better than a shorter ballot that confuses the heck out of voters. What's your take?
My take is that it's your decision. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that it may be a bigger ballot. And if there's a lot of candidates on the ballot and the questions get a little bit longer with a little bit longer description, and that doesn't fit on an 8.5 by 14 or 8.5 by 18-inch ballot, there could be two ballots. There could be 2 pages. Just, it's hard to predict what the new legislatures will bring before us and what could possibly be printed on the ballot.
Representative Eichenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So piggybacking off of that, there's nothing that would prevent us from passing dozens and dozens of constitutional amendments and having them appear on the ballot.
That's correct.
So follow-up.
Follow-up.
So in that case, we could potentially encounter a longer ballot anyway.
That is correct.
Just from term to term.
Yes. Yep. Again, it was just for your information.
Further questions? Okay, that's it. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Can we get the blue sheet? See, I remembered this time. And then we're almost playing catch up. Almost. Thank you so much. There are 3 people signed in, 3 in support, none against. 2 of them spoke. So I know the chairman normally subtracts those 2 out, but that's okay. With that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 395, and I will open the House the hearing, the committee hearing on House Bill 502, relative to voter affidavit ballots. I don't believe I have a pink card from the sponsor of this amendment, which there are many. No interest in this one at all. That's the sponsor? Yes, that is. Perfect. Okay, Representative Mike Edgar from Hampton, who has indicated he needs 2+ questions. Welcome to Election Law, Representative.
Thank you very much. As you said, my name is Mike Edgar, and I do represent Hampton in the New Hampshire House. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for allowing me to introduce HB 502 to you today. This bill repeals last year's legislation that was in SB 418. SB 418, was a bill that created New Hampshire's first provisional ballot law, and in my opinion, introduced concern and confusion into the process for elected officials and voters. I want to start by saying that I usually do not find myself in front of you. You probably haven't seen me in here. Normally I'm dealing with roads or bridges or something like that. But I am a veteran, and when I learned about how this law had the potential to negatively affect overseas military voters' ability to cast a ballot, I felt compelled to act and submit this bill. Last year, the committee heard a lot about UOCA-VA, or the Uniformed Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act. The act requires that UOCA-VA ballots be sent a minimum of 45 days before the general election, and that's for federal elections. SB 418 was written to provides a voter 7 days to return proof of identity to have their ballot count. However, it still allows 14 days for the certification of any provisional ballots. Okay. With just 8 short weeks between the primary and general election, if an election official used the full 14 days, it would cause New Hampshire to be in violation of the federal law there. This could result in military personnel using their opportunity to cast a ballot. Let me be clear, I do not believe anyone in this committee wants that to happen, but it is exactly what could happen when this law is enacted as written. Additionally, we are now just 3 short weeks from the Rochester special election and less than 2 months from town meeting day. And our local election officials have yet to receive any specific guidance from the Secretary of State office on how this new system would be implemented. That's when I wrote this. Maybe he gave it today. Election officials still have not seen a packet that they will give to the voters, including the overnight prepaid U.S. Postal Service priority mail package, for instance, overnight delivery envelopes addressed to the Secretary of State. Copies of the forms that must have to be filled out and a checklist to make sure that all officials are performing all steps correct and in a uniform manner. So that would be throughout the whole state. Rochester is also another good example of a fundamental flaw in this bill. What happens if the special election once again ends in a tie, but one or two voters use their new provisional ballot system? What if a candidate wins by one or only to see that the win disappeared due to two ballots removed from the count? It has been said many times over the past few months that New Hampshire does elections right, in no small part because we get results right away. This law has the potential to jeopardize that. There will be several other individuals that will testify to their concerns about the changes taking effect January 1st, 2023, as a result of the implementation of SB 418. New Hampshire is and should be proud of its elections. A UNH poll after this past election said that 92% of the voters have faith in our elections. Our elections are well run and our voters have confidence in them. SB 418 could cause that confidence to shriek with implementation, confusion, delayed results, and people's votes not counting. Thank you, and please consider voting OTP on Bill HB 502 and repeal this provisional ballot law. And with that, that concludes my written testimony. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to give them a shot.
Questions from the committee? I'm surprised there are none. Thank you, Representative.
Very
Oh,
good.
I'm sorry, Representative. Okay, you are all set. I thought Representative Muirhead was signaling me. Got me again, Muirhead.
Thank you.
Next up will be Ed Frederick. Well, I'm just running over names today.
Good afternoon. As I said, my name is Ed Frederick. I live in Loudon, and I'm a former officer with the United States Marine Corps and served during Vietnam. Absentee voting started in the War of 1812 and the Civil War to give service members the ability to exercise the right for which they were willing to sacrifice all. For the past 2 decades, our service members deployed to the Middle East and other theaters have been able to vote via absentee ballot. But a bill passed by this year's legislation, SB 418, makes it more difficult for our servicemen and women deployed around the world to make their voices heard and vote, even as they protect that right with our country. As a military veteran, and I'm a grandfather of an active U.S. Navy service member from New Boston, I want to request your support for HB 502, which will overturn SB 418. The bill that has created new complicated voting rules that will directly limit the opportunity for members of the military stationed overseas to cast their ballots. SB 418 makes it nearly impossible for New Hampshire's local election officials to mail ballots to active duty military voters for future general elections in line with federal requirements. It will needlessly complicate New Hampshire's election process and may delay certification of winners of New Hampshire primary elections starting in 2024 for weeks. It is also felt that SB 418 likely violates federal law that protects military voters. The Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, UWCAVA, a federal law that determines processes for members of the military to cast their ballot, requires ballots to be mailed to military voters 45 days before a federal election. That means that local election officials are required to mail general election ballots to military members only a few days after, and possibly even before, primary election results are certified under SB 418. This creates an impossible task for local election officials and may ultimately restrict our armed service members from casting their ballots. Supporters have claimed that SB 418 will improve the sanctity of elections and improve voter confidence. But many veterans, town clerks, Secretary of State, and the ACLU and others testified in opposition, maintaining that this bill attempts to solve a problem that does not exist. Their testimony and that of the Secretary of State, Mr. Scanlon, who suggested tabling SB 418 and asking the state Supreme Court for an opinion of its constitutionality, was not enough to put the brakes on this legislation. With less than 2 years before the next election, now is not the time to make our local election officials' job more difficult, as they already face many unneeded threats and complications to run our elections. It is also not the time to limit opportunities for members of the military to participate in the democracy they are safeguarding. With more New Hampshire service members being deployed and to NATO countries in Eastern Europe due to the war in Ukraine, we cannot and should not make voting even more difficult for them. I ask you to move HB 502 as ought to pass out of this committee. I can't even imagine how absurdly terrible it would be if there was even one service member's vote nullified because of the restrictions imposed by SB 418. Thank you for your time and attention to this very important issue.
Questions from the committee? I have a question. First of all, thank you for your service. I'm the son of a Vietnam veteran who has a Bronze Star. And as my dad told me, whenever you meet a Vietnam veteran, welcome home. Your concerns, as in your testimony, are about the UOCAVA deadline, which is the 45-day mail out before a general election. The absentee ballot has to be mailed out. Your concerns for SB 418, repealing the affidavit ballot, are about that deadline is constrained and we'd be violating federal law. If the primary date was moved, those concerns about UOCAVA would be moot because we would be able to finish it. So would you still have concerns about the bill if the primary date was moved and the UOCAVA concern was dealt with?
I'd really rather not answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Bob Perry from Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I speak in support of HB 502. As you know, this bill repeals provisions relative to voter affidavit ballots found in current law derived from SB 418, which is currently in litigation. If it takes as long for the courts to resolve the current case as it did SB 3 in 2017, 4 years, the current law will remain in effect for multiples of election cycles. If it is overturned, an unknown multiple of voters will have been unduly burdened and perhaps intimidated simply exercising their right under the New Hampshire Constitution to vote. Another unknown number of eligibles will have been provided incorrect information about the process by friends, relatives, neighbors, or social media, and decided that the process was too complicated, contradicted, or too misunderstood by them to safely participate. Passage of HB 502 will, 1, simplify the voting process and protect voter privacy because it does not require use of traceable ballots. The secret ballot is also our sacred ballot. 2, eliminate what the state of New Hampshire has vigorously and admirably opposed over many years, the use of provisional ballots. 3, eliminate concerns over our motor voter exception, maintaining use of same-day registration, which we have used continuously since 1993. 4, jeopardize our first-in-the-nation status because our status is always vulnerable to hijacking by other states. We know now it is under review at the federal level. HB 502 puts us in a better position to ward off the challenges. 5, eliminate the possibility that a voter could not rectify his or her identity within the mandatory 7-day period due to consequences beyond the voter's control, administrative bureaucracy, delayed mailings, the unforeseen. 6, eliminate concerns over the known short UOCAVA deadlines. We often think of UOCAVA voters as being military personnel stationed overseas, but we know it also includes New Hampshire civilians who work overseas. 7, absolve the moderator or clerk from the penalty of perjury when either vouches for the legitimacy of a voter. We know Granite State taxpayers gave up $3.35 million for the state to defend SB3, which figure does not include 4,176 billable hours by the AG's office, and we know the total outside legal cost was $4.2 million. On the other hand, we know from the fiscal note on 502 that repeal of current law will save Granite State taxpayers $178,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $354,000 in fiscal year 2025. Lastly, it is safe to predict that the longer the lawsuit on the current law exists, the more public dollars will be spent by the AG's office and other entities to defend it. I urge OTP on HB 502, and I thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Perry. Next up, Matt Mushin from Claremont. Welcome to Election Law.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Matt Mushian. I live in Claremont, where I serve as a city councilor. And today I'm here representing 603 Forward, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering and building young folks in New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 502, which would repeal the provisional ballot system put into law this year. The new provisional ballot system creates unnecessary confusion and complicates the voting process, disproportionately burdening the right to vote for working age Granite Staters and military voters who are predominantly younger, which is why I would urge the committee to vote ought to pass on House Bill 502. The provisional ballot system has done really nothing to improve our elections, and it was founded from a place rooted in conspiracies which sought only to weaken faith in our elections. And I would also say that in the last presidential election, 50% of working age voters aged 18 to 29 participated and went to the polls to vote. And this new provisional ballot system would only make it harder for working age voters to participate in the democratic process by making same-day voter registration a more difficult and burdening process. Additionally, by implementing a provisional ballot system as a means to track someone's vote, there are new threats to our ballot security and privacy because these provisional ballots will now have a unique number connecting them to the name of a voter, meaning that in a small town or a small city like Claremont, your community members who work at the polls may know who you voted for. As you've heard, the provisional ballot system also will make it harder for military members, their families, and other U.S. citizens living outside of the country to vote. And last year, several high-profile former senior military leaders and over 24 local election officials had vocally opposed the legislation that created the provisional ballot system. And I would add that military leaders and our local election officials know the importance of a free and fair election, perhaps better than anyone. And House Bill 502 would honor their service by protecting the right to vote and making sure that overseas military members are included in our democracy no matter where they serve. These are just some of the concerns we have around the provisional ballot system and the struggles it will put in place for young people exercising their constitutional right to vote. And by creating unnecessary confusion and further complicating the process, we're concerned that the provisional ballot system may result in voters feeling too intimidated or burdened to participate in the process. After all, while this new law is in place and we are just weeks out from an election, local election officials still do not have any guidance on how to implement this new law, and that should be concerns for members of this committee. I've worked at my local polling location before, and I know that our election officials work very hard to ensure Granite State elections are safe and secure. These additional needless and confusing systems will only serve to burden our local election officials and confuse everyone involved. Confusion leads to longer lines, which are proven to disenfranchise eligible voters. So I hope that this body will continue to prioritize making it easier for people to participate in the bedrock of our democracy, a free and fair election, and please vote to pass on House Bill 502. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Questions from the committee? I have one. You said in your testimony, we'll put military voters aside, UOCAV is an issue of the primary date. You said this bill would, if we did not repeal, if we don't pass HB 502, it would make it more burdensome towards people. How?
Well, because
I guess my question is, what is the burden of that this is trying to remove?
So what you will now be faced with is taking a packet with you after if you do not meet the requirements of a same-day voter registration and having to follow up with that after, which I think presents an additional burden because folks have schedules. If you're perhaps going to be out of town, if there's any issue with you returning that packet of information, your ballot would then be discounted. So I think that presents an additional burden, and I think also there are burdens on our local election officials who need to continue to maintain the system and make sure that people are moving through it in an efficient manner.
So what makes the voters on election day that are getting this packet, what are they doing that's getting them this packet and this affidavit ballot? What have they forgotten?
So they are registering to vote for the first time, and they've forgotten some form of one of the requirements necessary to be able to vote that day.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, I apologize, Representative Howard. I missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for coming and testifying today. I wanted to ask how this bill would affect students.
That's a good question. So, oftentimes one of the reasons that young folks may need to vote, register to vote on election days because they've come here for school or they're a new student. So, for anyone who's coming here to vote or who is newly 18 as a student would need to be able to register at the poll on election day. So, by repealing the provisional ballot law, it removes some of the burdens put in place from that law. Thank you.
Piggybacking on Representative Howard, so if this student that's registering on election day brought their ID, they'd still be able to register to vote and they wouldn't get an affidavit ballot. Is that correct?
If they had all the necessary requirements, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think now we're done. Next up is Mackenzie St. Germain. I missed the I. I apologize. You're not the first name to get. Your handwriting's fine. You're just not the first name I've run over, unfortunately, today.
Good afternoon. I'm Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights is a nonpartisan coalition. We're committed to protecting voter access and voting rights, as well as modernizing our elections in New Hampshire. And I'm here today in support of HB 502, which would repeal the provisions of SB 418, which were passed last year. From the time that SB 418 began working its way through the legislature in 2022, the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights was outspoken about our concerns. SB 418 makes same-day registration more difficult for voters. Not everyone has an ID. Not everyone remembers to bring their ID with them for various reasons. Makes that more complicated for voters, and also is a burden on our election officials who now must administer this legislation. I know the New Hampshire Town and Clerks Association in 2022 was opposed to this legislation and can probably tell you more about the specific burdens on those election officials. One of the issues with SB 418 and the new provisions we have now is the threat to secret ballots. As was talked about before, if in a small town, one person casts their affidavit ballot because they don't have their ID with them, they leave with a packet of information. It's very easy to see a world in which you see your neighbor leaving with this extra packet of information. You know that they cast a affidavit ballot. 10 days, 2 weeks later, you see those numbers of the results change, and you all of a sudden know who your neighbor voted for, and that is a direct threat to the secrecy of each individual voter's ballot. Another issue, which obviously has been brought up multiple times today, is the threat to our military, their families serving overseas, and the timeline of this bill, which would make right now with the primary a challenge of getting those UOCAVA ballots over to our overseas folks in time and making sure that their votes are cast and are counted in time because of that UOCAVA deadline, and making sure that there's plenty of time to get those ballots back. I don't think anyone has any interest in disenfranchising our overseas military, but that in the way that the bill is passed currently is exactly what it does. And as has been said today as well, I don't want to repeat everything, but this legislation does not yet we don't have guidance for voters. I looked on the Secretary of State's website today. It says that you can cast a ballot even if you have to register at the polls without an ID. You can sign an affidavit. That is no longer the case, and we really need that guidance for our local election officials and for voters, as we are 3 weeks ahead of an election in Rochester, and just months, less than a couple months away from the town meeting day. So for those reasons, many more, I ask that you support HB 502, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. We'll go up with Henry Clement. Oh man, Henry, I just butchered your name again, and I've said your name too. Henry Clementowicz. Man, I should know by now too.
Very good. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Henry Clementowicz. I'm a senior staff attorney at the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. I've been, in one capacity or another, counsel in 5 of the last voting rights lawsuits in the state. And this is a large part of my job. ACLU of New Hampshire opposed 418 last session because we thought it was bad policy and because we thought it was unconstitutional for a few reasons. And so we support this effort to repeal it. We are also counsel in one of the 2 consolidated challenges to SB 418 that was being heard by Judge Temple yesterday in Hillsborough Superior Court. In addition to being, I think, bad policy in that it's really a solution in search of a problem by imposing new requirements on voters that are not supported by, I think, any rational state interest. I just wanted to alert the committee to 3 of the potential constitutional infirmities that are being in the process of being presented to the court. One involves the deadline for certifying elections within 5 days in Part 2, Article 32 of the New Hampshire Constitution. This bill, by requiring the retabulation of certain votes after between 7 and 14 days after the election, and then potentially delaying the recounts for those elections, one of the claims is that that violates Part 2, Article 32. There is a legal framework called Anderson-Burdick, which is named after 2 U.S. Supreme Court cases that is a framework used by federal courts and by our state court in how to evaluate burdens placed on voters. It's a sliding scale where the interests in the state that the state has in advancing a law are weighed against the burdens placed on voters. That challenge is being presented to the court. And then the third one involves Part 1, Article 2B, which is the governmental, the protection inherent in New Hampshire citizens' personal and private data against unreasonable governmental intrusion. And so in this case, because the moderators and/or members of the Secretary of State's office compile a list with names associated with affidavit ballot numbers, and then later link those affidavit ballot numbers with the way an individual votes if they don't return ID, there's a claim being presented to the court that that is a governmental intrusion into that personal private information of how someone votes. So I don't want to repeat what others have said, except to say that it's my view, and it continues to be our position, that this law is unconstitutional for a myriad of reasons, and it's unwise policy, and it should be repealed. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Okay, I'm surprised you're making it out of there with no questions, but all right.
Thank you.
Last up is Liz Tantarelli from Newbury, and the League of Women Voters, I should say.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, and I live in the little town of Newbury, 2,100 voters, and we're all proud of voting. And I've been in my town a trustee of the library for 12 years. I'm not currently, but I have been in my town. So my written testimony includes a lot of my views on the original SB 418 bill and the League's objections to it, but I want to focus on the fact that we've got a special election coming up in Rochester in 3 weeks. We've got town meetings coming up in towns like Newbury and many other towns in about 6 weeks. Now, part of SB 418 included a statement that training would be offered to the supervisors of the checklist about how to handle people who were affected by SB 418, not having ID with them at the polls on registration day. So for that reason, and a lot of other reasons, I've been thinking about my town meeting coming up. Now, we've got a big bond issue warrant article on our agenda this year. We're trying to get a library edition. And we've been beating the bushes trying to get everybody who likes the library to come out and vote for it. And that includes some people new to town. So, you know, the obvious thing is go and register so you can come to town meeting. Now, I realize some of you here are from cities, so you don't but you don't realize that we have the election on March 14th, election of town officers and so on. Often there's no competition for that in a small town like ours. I wish I could say that I beat a lot of people when I ran for trustee of the library, but I didn't. I just won. But then the next night, we have the business meeting. And this is the purest form of democracy that we've got here in New England, where the budget is voted on, often with a hand count, and the warrant articles are discussed and voted on, and the library bond issue will be voted on. So I started thinking about my neighbor, who may or may not register ahead of time, and what if my neighbor decides to register to vote, brings his wife along and vote and comes to the polls on that Wednesday night, and his wife doesn't have her purse, has no ID, and so on. Will she be given a provisional ballot? And how do we handle this at town meeting? Now, of course, we get these little colored things that we use as ballots for the bond issues. So will those people get a different set of different colored little ballots? And a lot of our voting is done by a hand count. So I'm wondering if orange mittens will be handed out for the provisional voters so that those votes can be discounted later. I mean, I realize this, my prop is a little bit silly here, but I think there may be some issues here. And SB 418 was passed, I think, without any real need for it. And so I am in support of SB 502 to repeal SB 418. And if we could do it before those elections, that would really be good. I'll be glad to take questions if you have any.
Questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have the blue sheet, please? I don't have anybody signed up. English. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. I assume there's none. So with that, we'll read off this blue sheet and get out of here. Okay. I gotta do the math here, right? Oh, none of them. We had 4 people signed in. All 4 were for the bill. With that, I'm going to close the committee hearing on HB 502. I don't know if it's been announced yet. We should be having another committee meeting next Tuesday. It should be announced. I reserve the right to be wrong on that. Do we have session? We have session. Never mind. Excuse me. Ignore everything I said. We won't be doing that. Oh yeah, session on the 14th. Yeah, the 14th. Next Tuesday is the 17th, right? 7th, yes. All right, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying because I think it was right. We should, yes. Thank you, Representative Ward over here is just speaking, just getting me all off my game. Wasn't much of a game to begin with. We should be having committee hearings next and executive sessions next Tuesday. It should be noticed here shortly. If it's not, it's not. But I'm like 95% certain that it's already on the books, ready to go. So just as a courtesy to the members, with that, I'll see you all next week. I'm closing this committee meeting.